Yeah.
I got it. Okay, thanks. All right, thanks, man. You click on the name and give permission. Thank you, thanks. Right, is the board clear from that angle? It is, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
What about you, Gabriela? Is it fine for you?
Yeah, but could you like move it down a little bit? Yeah, okay.
Is it fine? Okay, better. No?
Yeah. Thank you.
Right. I want it in an angle. Let me just take it to that. All right. Okay, so let's start with macro. All right. Ready? You managed to get hot water? Yeah. Right. So let's just look at macroeconomics. Right. So it is a study about the economy as a whole. Right. So the first thing we're going to focus on is the circular flow of income. Right. Circular flow of income. But before that, let me just get the. There's another on that. Awesome. But it's going to get quite hot. Right, circular flow of income. So circular flow of income is basically going to show us how income flows in an economy within different sectors, all right, within different sectors. So then basically, if I were to look at this circular flow of income diagram, right, let's see how does it look like. So on this side, we'll have households. And on this side, let's just have firms. Now, households are going to give something to firms. And that is known as your factors of production, because the owners of these factors of production are actually households. They are the people who work. They are the people who own the land. They are the people who have the money, right? They are the people who start businesses, right? So this is basically nothing but your land plus labor plus capital plus contribution. So these things are basically given to the firms, and firms will make use of it to produce goods and services and give it back to the households. But this is not it, right? So we also look at a situation where basically we're focusing on the money aspects of it. So for giving the factors of production, the firms have to give back something to the households. And that is known as factor income. In other words, it's rent plus wages plus interest plus profit. Those are the factor incomes that you get for the factors of production. Right? Then basically, on the other hand, households have to give something back to the firms. And for using the goods and services, they're going to spend, and this is basically known as the consumer spending part of it. Right? Now, if everything was fine and there is no leakages and injections, well, the money that's going here will be coming here and so on. But in reality, this is not the case. There is always going to be leakages and injections over here. So money leaks out of the circular flow in the following ways. Right, so it can leak out in the following ways: savings, taxes, and spending on inputs. When you do this, what happens over there is money leaks out of the circle, and savings goes to banks, right? Banks and financial institutions. The taxes goes to the government. And of course, imports goes to the foreign countries. Right? So if this was the case, right, That means we go on to say that the economic activity, which is happening over here, right? So this is the economic activity. And that economic activity is basically going to reduce because, money is leaking out. And since money is leaking out in the following ways, these are known as leakages, also called withdrawals. But if that happens, then this will start to shrink, less economic activity, more unemployment. Right? But the thing is, these banks and financial institutions will use your savings and lend it out for investment. Right? And money will get pumped back in because they buy more machines, buildings. Government will spend on basically infrastructure, education, healthcare, all these kinds of things. Yeah. So because of that, it will get pumped back in. And foreign countries, right? Foreign countries will also basically be able to when they buy the goods and services from this country, right? In the form of export revenue, right? Money will come back in. So since this gets pumped back into the circular flow, these are basically known as injections. Right? So injections and leakages also can affect the circular flow of income diagram, right? And as well as the circular flow as a whole. So now basically, let's just look at the main thing that they can ask you about this is, like for example, if injections are greater than leakages, then that means we can go on to say that there will be more employment. Employment increases, GDP increases. Then basically income levels of people increase, right? So all these things are associated with an increase in aggregate demand also, because these injections are definitely the factors of aggregate demand as well, right? So in other words, AD is also increasing and the economy is doing well, right? There might be inflation, however, if AD increases too much and you're on the what do you call that, the classical range, or for that matter, the intermediate range, right? So of the Keynesian aggregate supply curve. And the next thing is, in case leakages are greater than injections, then we have a situation whereby, employment decreases, GDP decreases, income levels decrease. Basically, aggregate demand will fall. So there is a problem over there, right? Something that the HL people can link is injections greater than leakages part is you can talk about also the multiplier, where income creates more income, and this basically can cause a more than proportionate increase in aggregate demand, which is even more better, right, for the economy. Right. So with this, we end the first part of it. Right. So let's just go on to the next one, which is we are going to look at what do you call that? The GDP, GNP, and the different economic indicators. Right. Right. Signals, pictures. Actually, it's been recorded. All right, the next one is basically, let us look at the next thing, which is this thing called economic indicators. All right. Before we go into that, let's basically learn, because here we're going to focus more on GDP, GNP, and all those kinds of things. But before we go into that, let us focus on GDP as a whole. Right? So GDP. GDP is the total value of all. So it's the value of all goods and services produced in an economy. Right? At a given period. But you also need to mention it is produced within the geographical boundaries. By locals and so it doesn't matter whether it's a domestic bank or a foreign bank that's producing it, or domestic person or foreign person is contributing, as long as it's within the geographical boundary, it is part of the GDP, right? Now, the interesting thing about this GDP or gross domestic product, isn't it? We're going to look at it in terms of the value. It's not a quantity, but it's the value. And when I'm looking at GDP, there are three different ways to measure it. One is known as the expenditure. Second one is the income. And third one is the output. So when I look at the expenditure approach, I'm just adding all the expenditure that's incurred in an economy. You see, one person's income is another person's expenditure. So whether I use this method, or that method, I get the same answer. Person's expenditure is another person's income, and what are you spending it on? The value of the output. So output is the value of the output is equal to the income, which is equal to the expenditure. So expenditure approach is the addition of the total income, that's the expenditure that's generated. So it's C plus I plus G plus X minus M. Right? So consumer expenditure, investment expenditure, government expenditure, foreign expenditure. The four entities that we are concerned about, right? The income approach, on the other hand, is the addition of the total income. Well, if I'm charging a particular price for a good, it includes all the rent, the wages, the interest, the profit, everything that I want to cover. Right? So the value of that good is based on the costs and the profits that I'm incurring. Right? So it's basically the rent plus wages plus interest plus profits. Right? For your IB. Right? So income approach is the RWIT approach. And output approach is basically the sum of all the price times quantities. That means the value of the output. Right? So GDP can be measured in these three ways. Right? Either way that you should get the same answer, plus or minus a bit of adjustments here and there. But ideally you should get something similar to this. Then the next thing is, so once you have this, always remember, avoid double counting. That means, let's say that when I'm measuring the spending, or what is the value of the output that I need to take, you see, A is buying something and selling it to B, and B is finally selling it to C. So A sells it to B for $2, B sells it to C for $2.50. You cannot add 2 and 250 and say the total value of the transaction is 450. The total value of the transaction is only 250. This $2 is included in this 250. Right? So always consider the final value of the transaction. Right? Consider final transaction. So that is important, right? When we are looking at basically GDP. And since the expenditure approach is the C plus I plus D plus X minus M, here we are looking at the fact that this is also equal to your aggregate demand. It is also equal to your aggregate demand. So your GDP is aggregate demand. That's what it meant by it. Right? So your gross domestic product is the value of output produced within the geographical boundaries. If it's Singapore, it's only within Singapore. The next thing is, let's look at G and P, right? So this one is known as gross national product, right? The calculation part for HL, I will do it later, right? The gross national product is also basically the gross G and P, right? And this is the total value of output produced by the residents of a country, regardless of their geographical. That means regardless of where they are, it doesn't matter as long as basically it's produced by all the locals, right? It is added to the gross national product. So GNP is given by the formula GNP equals GDP plus income from abroad minus income. That means money coming in from locals living abroad minus money going out from foreign entities in the country. These two added together, right, is sometimes called net property income at times. Right, net property income. Right, so keep that in mind. Right, the next thing is basically we also need to know what is this thing called NNP, which is known as net national product. Now, NNP is basically, it is a gross national product that is adjusted for depreciation because the value of assets go down over a period of time because of wear and tear, depreciation, and all these kinds of things, right? So we need to account for that, right? The fall in the value of these assets. And that's why basically what you call that, we are going to calculate something called net national product because assets depreciate. So you might be spending money to get it back to its original position, but nothing new is added, right? So that's why that value of depreciation should be taken off, right? Because even if you spend on repairing it and getting it to its original point, nothing new is being added to the GDP, right? So it's GNP minus depreciation of capital stock, right? That is basically in an economy, right? Then the next thing is you also need to know what is this thing called green GDP, right? Because now what we're looking at is that what do you call that? We are concerned about the environmental aspects. I'll put it on a new slide, right? So the environmental aspects, so we need to adjust it for that, right? Right, so let's look at green GDP. Right, so green GDP is GDP adjusted for environmental degradation cost. Right, so green GDP is equal to GDP minus external costs. Right? Or sometimes I might spend money to clean it, right? And that is not, adding it into the GDP. It's actually helping to get my things that have been affected back to its origin. So because of that, you can also minus off the cost of cleaning, right? That is, incurred to come up with this GDP. Right, now the next thing is, see, what does it mean by nominal versus real? Okay. So nominal GDP is GDP that is valued GDP whereby the value of output is based on current year prices. So if there's inflation, you ignore that because what will happen over there is if it's inflated prices, price times quantity will go up, but that doesn't actually tell you whether the economy is really doing well because it might be the price that causes the increase in GDP. Real GDP, on the other hand, is basically that is GDP measured base your prices, the year that you base your stuff on, right? Considering the fact that inflation does, right? So that's basically how these nominal and real GDP things work, right? So let's look at what does he mean by GDP per capita. That is nothing but GDP divided by the population. So it tells you on average how much is each person earning, right? So GDP per population, right? And if they ask GNP per capita, right? So it is nothing but GNP divided by. Now, when do you use these things, right? When you use these things, you basically use these economic indicators, like mainly you talk about GNP per capita and GDP per capita. Well, you use it, right, to users. You know, is basically to measure the economic growth in a country, right? So if GDP increases, right, and given that the population hasn't changed so much, and you know your GDP per capita also should increase, right? Then basically it is to consider material well-being as well, right? But using these things have some limitations. The main thing is only considers material well-being and ignores non-material aspects. Like, for example, stress, right? Then basically income equal, that I'll put it separately, right? So the GDP is increasing, people are producing more, but they're working too much and stress levels are there. You know, these things are ignored, right? Non-material aspects, right? Then basically sanitation, then you know, all these kinds of things. See, just because GDP per capita is high doesn't mean that everyone is, you know, earning the same amount of money, because it's an average value. So what can happen over there is the rich might get richer and the poor might get poorer, right? So fails to account for income equal, right? Then the thing about GDP per capita is only considers those that are basically, you know, produced in an economy, and basically it is regulated, isn't it? The formal sector. So informal sector contributions, output produced, right? All those things are ignored, right? Let's say a plumber goes home to repair your pipes. What do you call that? You're not going to, I mean, that amount might not be shown in GDP, right? So those things are ignored from here. Non-marketers, right? And informal sector output is ignored, right? Another thing is your GDP might be increasing, but you know it fails to account for environmental degradation. Right, and external costs. Next thing, while you're producing more, but if you're destroying all the resources, sustainability, future generations might not have enough. Are ignored, right? Then basically another problem with these limitations is that, you know, difficulties in gathering data. Right? And some errors might take place, right? So you can't account for everything to be perfect as well. Right? So there can be issues. Right? So here we're going to consider something called an alternative for this kind of a method, we can consider something called the Human Development Index as a solution. One of the solutions, right? Because it includes GNP per capita. Some say GDP, but you can use GNP per capita. The other one is basically average years of schooling and life expectancy. So it is much more accurate because basically it considers some material and non-material aspects, which is much more better. Give me 1 second, I'll lock the door. Right. If it gets too cold, just let me know. I'll reduce the. All right. So this is how this thing works. All right. So I'm going to take it off. Then the next thing is we will look at, right? So we will look at the economic cycle, and this economic activity is nothing but the GDP, right? That's been produced. We looked at the GDP, how it works, and the different economic indicators, some benefits and limitations. Now let us focus on something called the business cycle, which shows basically nothing but the real GDP at different periods of time. All right. So let's look at the business cycle. Sometimes the question can come, explain the different phases of a business cycle. Quite easy to answer, right? So business cycle, it shows the different phases and economy goes, right, over a period of time in terms of its economic activity. So that's basically here we're going to look at, like, for example, real GDP. So this is basically real GDP, and this is general price, and this one is time period. Right. So let's just draw any business cycle. I mean, business cycles, there is no fixed methods. So you can draw any kind of a business cycle that you want. Some economies take it all, some keep on growing. Right. So with this, we can have it as the trend. It is also called the potential GDP. And this is the country's business cycle that I have drawn. So I can call this part, let's say, the slump. Right, this one I call it the boom, right, or peak, slump or trough. Basically, this part is the growth / expansion phase. This part is the contraction. If this contraction continues for 2 consecutive quarters, then we call it a recession. So let's see what's happening in basically these areas. Boom. That means think of it when you're answering in terms of aggregate demand, right? So boom means it is really high. So that means basically income is high. Then basically you can go on and say GDP is high. Then unemployment is low. And we are focusing on cyclical, right? Unemployment, but then the problem is consumer and business confidence also is going to increase, right? But that causes, if AD increases, there can also be inflation because the economy is overheating, right? Things look good. Government also will be able to earn more tax revenue, right? Tax revenue increases, right? More firms are producing. More people earning income, they pay more income taxes, right? Next thing is, right, so if you look at the next phase, let's say from a boom, we go into a contraction, right? So then that means the economy slows down, right? Cyclical unemployment increases. GDP starts to fall, right? Then basically what happens over there is consumer and business confidence affected, right, by this. Growth, that phase is basically where GDP is increasing, more jobs added, inflation is increasing and improving. I mean, no one wants deflation, right? Because that's very uncertain, right? And then basically what is happening over there is GDP is increasing, inflation is increasing, and then basically consumer and business confidence is low, but still low, but then the slump, or for that matter, the trough, is when we have a situation whereby economy is at its lowest activity, right? Then basically unemployment increases, income falls, then crime rates increase because people don't have money, right? They will opt for stealing and all those kinds of things, right? Crime will increase. Then consumer and business confidence low, right? There is also something, there is another thing that the government needs to do, burden on government to provide benefits, right? And they won't get enough of tax revenue. So this can cause budget problems, isn't it? The government budget is affected by it. Right? Government budget is basically affected by it. So there can be an issue with this kind of a so these are basically the phase of this cycle. 10-mark question means simple. What do? You basically write about this, elaborate, that's it. Give a real life example. USA during 2020 COVID crisis. More jobs lost. In May, June, it was worse, right? Almost 2 million people lost their jobs. Then the government had to step in, right? Then you can use Sri Lanka as an example, right? Still recovering from COVID. They're in a slump phase, borrowing more and more from foreign countries. More job losses. Crime rates are increasing. Theft, especially. All those are real life examples that you can use, right? Right. So I'm going to take this off and we can go into the next one. So that's basically mostly what you need to know for your first chapter, right? I mean, I will go to the actual stuff of GDP, GNP calculations later on. Then the next thing is, let us go into learning about aggregate demand, aggregate supply, the main topics. Aggregate demand. Aggregate demand, what is it? GDP, right? But here we define that the total demand that exists for all goods and services at different price levels, not prices, price levels, macroeconomics, over a period of time, right? So that's what AD is all about, right? So it is the total demand that exists for all goods and services in an economy at different price levels, right? Over a period of time, usually 1 year. That's basically what we're measuring, right? And see, the total demand is created by 4 entities, right? So it's basically consumers who are consuming, firms who are investing, governments who are spending, and net export expenditure is basically the exports minus the imports, right? Foreign entities that are imported over here, right? So that is basically my total AD as well. And so let's look at basically this is the real GDP, and this is general price levels, or some might call it average price levels. Your aggregate demand is downward sloping, right? So I call it AD. And at the high price levels, the real GDP or the aggregate demand is lesser, right? And at low price levels, the aggregate demand is actually higher. Why is that? Right? Reasons for downward sloping aggregate demand. Number 1, number 2, number 3, right? You can go and say wealth effect, interest rate effect, and the international trade. These are the 3 main reasons. Wealth effects. Of course, if the prices are higher, you feel less wealthy. What you can do with your wealth is way lesser. So you want to consume less as well, right? Higher price levels, less wealthy. So you consume less, right? So AD also is, because AD is C as the X minus M. So C is low means AD is also low, right? Low price levels, you feel more wealthy because your wealth or the real value of your wealth is higher. So aggregate demand also will be. Interest rate effects. Interestingly, what does it mean by the interest rate effect? It means that as long as your higher price levels are higher, you need more money because everything is expensive. Right? So everything is expensive. So when your price levels are higher, it's expensive, you need to demand more money. That means if the demand for money goes up, interest rate goes up. Then basically expensive to borrow. So that's why you borrow and spend less. So aggregate demand also will fall. Lower price levels, cheaper, right? So demand, you don't need so much of money. Demand for money goes down. Interest rate goes down, downward pressure. Then basically cheaper to borrow. So you borrow and spend more. The AD will go up. AD will be higher, right? And this is not shifts, this is just, why is it down or something? I mean, basically movement. Right? International trade effect at higher price level, foreign countries will shift to other countries, right? Foreign entities shift to other countries, right? So then exports are lower, EDOs will grow. At lower price levels, shift from other countries. They will start buying from you. That's this. Right, so exports also will be higher, so AD also. right? So that's basically the reasons why it is downward sloping. So these are the reasons why AD is actually downward sloping. It's not even shifts. It's just as to why is it downward sloping.
Mr. Paul, can you repeat the
Yes.
second one?
Sorry.
Can you repeat the second one?
Oh yeah. So see, interest rate effect means when price levels are high, you need more money, correct, to buy the stuff because everything is expensive. So do you think you will need to demand more money? Yes, of course, because you need to buy from credit cards. You need to basically use up any money. You need to borrow from banks and all those things. Yes. So the demand for money will be higher. When the demand for money is higher, the interest rate is high. Then cost of borrowing is high. So you won't want to borrow so much and spend, right? So that's why AD also will be lower. Yeah. But when the price levels are lower, you don't need so much of money because everything is cheap. So you don't demand money. You don't take so much of loans. You don't use credit cards. So then basically the demand for money goes down, the interest rate also will be lower. So interest rate is lower, it's cheaper to borrow. So you borrow and spend more. That's about it. Okay. Did you get it? Yeah?
Yeah.
Is that fine?
What's the word? The expensive to what?
Expensive to borrow. Expensive to borrow. Okay. Right. There you go. So that's basically how this thing works. Right. So let me just take this off. Now let's look at basically factors that cause shifts of aggregate. Factors that cause shifts of AD. Shifts of aggregate demand. I mean the total aggregate demand has increased. Right. So since it is basically C plus I plus D plus X minus M, I can just write those things as well. C plus I plus G plus X minus M. I'm going to start with this side, X minus M, because basically if not, I will be covering once I go this way. Right, so I'll start with X minus M. Factors that affect export minus input. Number one, of course, basically it is the exchange. Right, so it is the exchange. Right, if it's appreciation, then basically exports will go down and imports will go up because it's cheaper to import and foreign countries find it expensive. If it's depreciation, right, then basically your currency has lost its value. So exports, your exports become cheaper, foreign countries will buy more. So exports will go up and your importing is much more expensive, so you will import less. Right? So that's how basically this thing works. Second one is we can basically talk about protectionism. Right? By you. Right? So by you. So if you impose protectionism, then imports will go down. And that means AD will go. Right? So this one also AD goes up and this one is AD goes down. Of course, there's evaluation, you can talk about the short run and long run, but these are the basic stuff that you need to talk about. Right? So that's protectionism. Then the third one is basically relative inflation. If there is inflation, then basically exports go down, right? If there is deflation, then it's cheaper, foreign countries will buy more, exports will go up. Exports goes down, AD goes down. Exports goes up, AD goes up. Right? Number 4 is living standards. Living standards of locals, that means this country. If that increases, they will want more imports as well because they will demand everything. Imports go up, AD will go up. If basically living standards goes down, then basically they can't afford to buy so much of imports. Then imports goes down, AD goes up. Number 5, living standards of, let's say, other countries, right, that are buying from you. Right? If it goes up, then they will want more of your goods. So exports will go up. That means AD will go up. But if their living standards goes down, they can't afford to buy it. So exports will go down from you as well, and AD will go down. Okay. So exports and AD work in the same direction. Imports and AD work in the opposite direction. Next thing, government spending. Of course, government spend, that's based on their budget, whether they have money or not. Right? That is one thing. And the second phase of it is basically, right, we can talk about macro policies. Macro policies. If the government wants to promote, right, if the government wants to promote, let's say, wants to reduce inflation, right, then it will reduce GDP, right? If it wants to increase GDP and reduce cyclical unemployment, then basically it needs to increase government spending. Right? So this is one, this is two. Third one is basically political parties and their beliefs when they come to power. Some might want to spend, some might not want to spend, it depends on the person. Next thing is investments. Investments is by firms, and these investments are affected by the interest rate. I'm not talking about the interest rate effect, I'm talking about the interest rate itself, 5% versus 2%. If interest rate goes up, then it's expensive to borrow, you borrow and spend less, then basically investments also will go down. That means the AD also will go down. If basically interest rates go down, it's cheaper, then basically investments goes up, which means that aggregate demand also goes up. Second one, business confidence. How optimistic are they about the future? Let's say basically what happens if business confidence increase, then firms are more, better off spending, so investments increase, AD will increase. If business confidence goes down, then basically investments also will go down, because basically, what you call that, they are not confident in investing. Right. Third one is basically, let's look at corporate taxes as well. Corporate taxes. Corporate taxes goes up, then basically profits left for investments goes down. Right? Profit left will go down. That means AD also will go down. Right? Because investments will go down. If corporate taxes goes down, profit for investments will go up. That means AD also. Number 4. Right? Number 4. So that's basically business confidence, interest rates, corporate taxes. And then this is business indebtedness. Right? So business indebtedness is how much have these firms borrowed. Right? So if business indebtedness is high, then they are not going to borrow more. Right? So they will spend less. Right? Too much borrowing already. Right? So then basically what happens over there is investments also will go down. If business confidence is low, then basically can borrow more because they have only less borrowing. So they can borrow more and they can easily get it. Right? Can borrow. Right? So then basically investments will go up and then next thing is consumption. Right? What are the factors that affect consumption? Of course, again, interest rate. Interest rate goes up, then it's cheaper to expensive to borrow, consumption will go down, right? AD will go down. If interest rates goes down, then basically it is cheaper to borrow, right? So consumption will go up and AD will go. Right. The next thing is income levels. If you are getting more money now, right? If it increases, then basically they will consume more and AD also will increase. If it goes down, consumption goes down and AD also will. The next thing is wealth. If people's wealth increase, then basically they have more money, so they will consume more. They feel good as well, right? So aggregate demand will go up. If their wealth goes down, then basically consumption will go down and AD will go. Income taxes, right? The amount that you pay on your income goes up, then basically consumption goes down, and if it goes down, then basically consumption goes up because it's connected to the disposable income. Okay. Then the next thing is consumer confidence. If consumer confidence increases, then basically consumption will go up because they're comfortable, they will spend. AD also will. If consumer confidence falls, then basically consumption goes down and AD also goes down because basically it is, they are less confident about the economy. Then the next thing is basically consumer indebtedness. Consumer indebtedness goes up, then what happens over there is basically if they have borrowed too much, then they're going to borrow so much. So consumer indebtedness goes up, then basically consumption will fall down and ED will go down. Then consumer indebtedness goes down, then basically consumption will go up and ED will go up because it's much more. I mean, they can borrow more, right? These are basically the factors causing shifts of AD, and shifts of the AD can be seen, right? This is real GDP, and this is general price levels or average price levels, and shifts is basically either to the right or to the left. 80 to 81, or this is 80. This is an increase, and this is an increase. So that's how basically these shifts of AD.
For the X minus M, point number 5.
Yeah.
One is living standards of, is it foreigners living in
Yes,
that?
yes, I forgot to put. Thanks. Of foreigners, yeah. Right? Correct. That's right. Oh, this one, is it? Okay. Oh, if the government's macro policies, so in two, if they want to reduce inflation, they have to reduce government spending because they need to bring down AD. But if they want to increase GDP and reduce cyclical unemployment, then they have to increase GDP. So that's why they have to like increase the government spending so that basically the AD will increase, right? And if AD increases, then basically unemployment will go down. Right? So that's what basically this is all about, right? So next thing is, let's go into aggregate supply. Aggregate supply. Aggregate supply. Which is also known as AX. Right? So it is a total supply of all goods and services by all producers in an economy at different price levels over a period of. But the important thing is aggregate supply, there is SRAS and there is LRAS, short run and long. Right? So SRAS is basically short run aggregate supply. Right? So here we assume that basically factor costs do not easily change in the short run. They don't easily change. Why do you go to say that? Is because you assume that there are contracts, then basically what do you call that? Trade union power, all these things that can restrict like costs such as labor. Labor is the highest cost, so that's what we're concerned about. So Y is basically my SRAS upward slope. Why is it upper sloping? It's because what happens over here is P1, and Y, right? Or it can be vice versa. PS goes down and basically supply goes down. This is the same as the microeconomics law. It's profitability, right? Because we said P times Q minus TC is equal to profit. So you say that in short term, cost doesn't really change. So price goes up, profit goes up, right? And price goes down, profit goes up, right? So Y is SRAS downward slope, right? It's because of this profit, right? Then let's look at shifts of SRAS. Sorry, upper slope. Oh, we have to. And why is SRAS? Right. So let's look at shifts of SRAS. Right? What causes shifts of SRAS? That means the overall SRAS should either shift to the right or to the left. Right? Shifts of the SRAS are caused by, let's say, indirect taxes, GST, right? And all these things, if they increase versus they decrease. If they increase, then SRAS should go down. If they decrease, SRAS should go up because it's much more easier for firms to not produce. And they feel more comfortable. It's not so much stressful to collect money and give to the government. Right? Let's look at corporate taxes. If corporate taxes goes up, then SRAS should go down because it's not profitable anymore. And if it goes down, then SRAS should go up because it's not for profit. Corporate taxes. Then let's look at supply side shocks, like a war or something like that, right? If a war or something like a natural disaster occurs, then basically what will happen over there is that SRAS will go down. If right, so we look at supply side shocks as a bad thing, right? Then better technology. Improvements. Basically, technological improvements will increase, means SRAs will go up, right? Because it's cheaper, more efficient to produce. Then, cost increases, right? Like, let's say the government goes and imposes a minimum wage. Can you go against it? I mean, cost should not change in the short term, but if the government imposes a minimum wage, right, then no worries, right? So, I mean, you have to, pay the minimum wage, right? Minimum wage increases, SRAs will go, right? And if minimum wage is taken out or decrease, then SRAs will go up, right? Or we can also go and look at like certain raw material costs, right, have increased because of a severe shortage or something like that. Then SRAs will go down. And if it goes down, then SRAs, right? So shifts of SRAs are shown by same thing. 0 is here, so increase is that way. SRAS 1, and this is SRAS 2. So if you go this way versus if you go this way, this is a decrease, and this is an increase. That's how basically aggregate supply SRAS works. All right. Anyone taking pictures is fine. I mean, I'm recording this, so I'll give it to you all. Oh, that's just arrow. Which one? This one? Raw materials. Raw materials. This you get LRAs, right? Long run aggregate supply. LRA, right? So it is the total supply of everything, like the aggregate supply definitions. But here you assume that factor costs can change in the long run, like the agreements, the contracts with your workers can be changed. Governments might get rid of minimum wages, trade unions might lose their power, right, as time goes by. So long run, LRAs, right, is vertical. Right, and you have the full terminal level over here. That means it indicates, see, even if the price levels are going up, you don't want to produce more than this. Why? Okay. Why is it vertical? Because I told you, profitability is the reason why producers produce some. But in the long run, costs also can change. So what happens? Price levels go up, then workers will ask for higher costs. Costs also go up. Price levels go up again because the cost has gone up. Workers ask for higher wages and then pay them higher wages because of inflation. Basically, cost goes up. So basically, what happens is, in the long run, since costs also change with price levels, right? There is a limit reached. So they don't want to produce, it's not profitable anymore. Right? So that's why basically they have reached that vertical part of it. Right? And sometimes it can shift as well, right? Shifts of LRAs. Shifts of LRAs is either to the right or to the left. So to the right is an increase, and to the left is a decrease. YF, YF1, and this is YF1. What causes this? Causes. Number one, increase in the quantity of factors of production, right, will cause LRAs to increase. You found more resources, more workers, more land. Increase in quality of factors of production. Like, for example, like education, healthcare increases efficiency of workers. Then technology improvements, right? Then basically LRS will increase. Right? Number 4, institutional changes, like some good policies by the government. It will also cause LRS. A war or natural disaster can cause LRS. Now, anything that affects LRS will affect the SRS as well, right? Because SRS, you think about it, it is the total supply in the short run by all the producers. So that's basically all added together makes up the LRS. Right? So anything that affects the LRS should affect the SRS. That's how basically this thing works for LRS. So once we've sorted the basics for this section, let us go into the models, right? The new classical model and the Keynesian model. Right. Let's look at the new classical. Sometimes they call it the neoclassical. right? Or you can want to say the monetarists, right? Either of these things, right? In your IB, they just use the same thing, right? So then basically these guys believe that, economy will reach full employment level in the long run, right? No need for government intervention, right? No need for government intervention. That's what basically these guys believe. So let's look at this new classical model, real GDP, right? And this is general price. This is it. In a new classical model, we draw the LRAS, which is vertical. We draw SRAS, upper sloping, and AD. Ideally, let's say that an economy starts at this point. First situation, let's look at inflationary gap in the short. Let's say aggregate demand has increased because any factor of production is not factor of production, but the factors affecting CIGX minus MSJ. So aggregate demand increases from 80 to 80. Then what happens over here? Output will increase from full employment to minus. And price levels have also gone up from PL to PL. This is what has happened though. Right? You have gone past your full employment level of output. How can you even go past a full employment? Because there is structural friction season. Unemployment that still exists. So you're making use of it, producing. But what happens is this gap that has occurred over here is known as your inflationary gap. Right? And this inflationary gap, the definition is important, is when AD increases more than proportionately as compared to your aggregate supply, causing the real output to be greater than your full employment level of output. Right? So let's just look at the definitions. Right? This is the Kant equation. Equilibrium to be greater than the full. Right? And usually prices go up, that's why it's called gap. But what happens over here is, see, now we have gone past the full employment in the short term. But resources are becoming scarce because there is very less resources available. Prices have gone up, so in the long run, what will happen is short run, the prices, the cost might not change, but in the long run, cost can change. The prices have gone up, so workers will ask for higher wages, they say everything is expensive, and resources have become scarce, right? So then what happens? Resource prices go up. Resource prices go up, cost of production goes up, and supply will reduce. So ideally, what happens over here is, this is the short run. But in the long run, it reaches full employment level because factor costs can change. So in the long run, you will end up at a higher price level, even more because factor costs have gone up, you'll charge higher prices. Right? But the good thing is that you have reached full employment, so government doesn't need to step in to reduce this. Right? It will basically get into full employment, it will automatically go there. That's if it's an inflationary gap. Now, there is second situation, there is also this thing called the deflationary gap. So what happens over here is deflationary gap So again, SRAS, aggregate demand, LRAS. Different gap is the opposite. That means the area has fallen. Then what happens? Price levels have gone down. And a gap has been created. Right? And this gap is known as the deflation. Well, AD has fallen below the full abnormal level of output, right? And basically, what has happened is that it has led to a new equilibrium, which is at a point below the full abnormal. So that gap is the deflation. But this also doesn't exist in the long run. If you think about it, output falls, more unemployment. Unemployment, more people desperate for work. They will opt for lower wages, right? And firms have more power now because a lot of people are out of jobs. So they will also reduce the wages that they pay, and then wages are lower, that means cost of production is low. So SRAs will increase. So this happened in the short run. But in the long run, you reach full employment level. Because again, wages can adjust. Right? And you reach full employment level. So in a new classical model, the inflation gaps and deflation gaps are only in the short run, and it will be eliminated in the long run because you reach the full employment level of output. Definitions important, inflation gap and deflation gap, please know them. All right, next thing. So that's new classical model. No need government intervention. Economy reaches full employment. Let's look at the Keynesian model, or the Keynesian aggregate supply. This is usually the model that we always use when explaining things because it's much more realistic, right? And let's look at the Keynesian model. So their belief is that government intervention is needed. Economy can be at equilibrium on any part of the aggregates. So let's see basically how does that model. General price levels. So this is known as the Keynesian range. This is known as the intermediate. And this is known as the classical. And this is the Keynesian aggregate cycle. Now, some schools teach you that YF is here. We draw YF a bit inside because that is Y max. Y max is here, YF is here because we have still structural fictional seasonal unemployment at YF. Even if you are used to that, that's fine. Right? The only thing is when you're showing the inflation gap, that you show it in terms of prices. If you are putting YF over here. Right? So let's look at the importance of these ranges. So the first one is Keynesian range. We see that the price levels are remaining the same. Right? Why? It will not increase, neither will it decrease. Right? Why? Because they say, now in Keynesian model, something important is that they say wages are sticky downward. That means it will not easily fall. No one will say no to higher wages, but they will say no to lower wages. So that's actually the reason behind it. Right? Now, if costs don't fall, prices won't fall. If costs don't increase, prices don't usually increase. Why does the cost stay the same in this range? Right? Number one is because of labor contracts. Number two, trade unions. If you pay lower wages, they'll make a fuss, they will strike your boss off. Minimum wages that the government has told to pay. So you can't pay less than that. Fear of a loss of productivity. If you pay lower wages, they will not work, they will not contribute. So you as a firm are losing on. Why do you want to pay lower wages? Just pay them the high wage. Why does the cost not increase? Right? See, in this range, there is significant unemployment because full employment is here. So as long as you are anywhere here, right, there is unemployment. So when there is unemployment, there is a lot of resources. Why do you need to beat up the resources? You can just hire anyone you want. Right? So then because of due to unemployment, right, firms do not need to bid up wages and pay higher. So the important thing is, see, costs don't decrease, costs don't increase, costs doesn't increase, then why should I increase the price? Price also stays the same. That's why prices are the same. On the next range, which is the curvy part, it is the intermediary range. Intermediate. See, you can see prices starting to increase. Why? Economy closing towards YF and resources are becoming scarce. So they need to bid up costs, isn't it? Right? Bottlenecks, there's not enough of resources, will go into their YF. So you will need to bid up the resource prices. The third range is the classical range. Here, economy reached its max. So, an increase in AD will only be inflationary. Because the economy is at its highest. So then when AD is continuing to increase, then firms will increase the price. So in this range, AD can increase, right? AD can increase, right? But prices will not increase. That's the key takeaway. In this range, AD increases, prices also will increase. In this range, AD increases, only prices will increase and output will stay the same. So there is a prominent question that they ask that an increase in AD will always cause prices to increase. Yes, in a new classical model. Yes, in these two ranges, but not in the Keynesian. An increase in AD will always cause output to increase. Yes, in a new classical. Yes, in basically these two ranges, but not in that. So if they ask you an increase in AD is going to basically cause changes in either price levels or real GDP, you have to use the two models. You have to use the two models to explain. That's the key evaluation when you're talking about the different ranges. Right? So that's to do with the Keynesian model. So once we are done with this, we can go into the macroeconomic objectives. We can go into the macroeconomic objectives.
Mr. Paul.
Yes, of course.
Then like when, for example, the questions like why the when the AD decreases, right?
Yeah.
Then how do I like explain? Do I still say like
what is the question?
Like if they instead of like the AD increasing and like why the prices increase? Like,
yeah.
but then instead of increasing, then they say like when the AD decreases, how come like the prices don't always decrease? Then how do I
Yeah.
explain like the
Oh, you're
cost and
doing,
stuff?
explain it only in here, right? AD falls. So what happens over there is, see, because of these factors, labor contracts, trade union, minimum wages, and all those things, you can't pay lower wages. Even if basically AD falls over here, the cost doesn't usually fall, right? Because you will say no to lower wages, but you will not say no to higher wages. So even if the aggregate demand is falling and there is a lot of unemployment, right? Because the output is falling, because of these things, labor contracts, trade union power, and you're scared that they will produce less because they are less productive now. Because they're angry that you're paying low wages, the wages don't usually fall, right? So they will say no to low wages, but they won't say anything for higher wages. So that's why basically the wages don't usually fall. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the reason behind it. You talk about these things, right? These are the things: the labor contracts, trade unions, and minimum wages, and fear of a loss of productivity. So those things will keep you from paying low wages. All right, let's go into the next thing, which is to do with macroeconomic objectives. Macroeconomic objectives. Number one, when there is macroeconomic objectives, we're going to look at the four, right? So it's full employment and very low unemployment, right? You can only have the natural rate. Where you want to keep low and stable price levels, so inflation low and stable, economic growth, and of course income equality. Those are the four that we're going to look at. First of all, let's look at full employment. Or low and stable, no, or low levels of unemployment. So let's look at the definition of unemployment. So unemployment is a situation where those who are willing and able to work and are of working age, not having jobs, despite actively seeking these jobs. So they are looking for it, right? And they have the willingness and ability. They are not given up. That is what is known as unemployment, right? So unemployment rate is nothing but the number of those who are unemployed over unemployed plus employed, which is also known as the labor force times, right? So that's basically what it is. So always remember unemployed over unemployed plus employed. So that's what you mean by the labor force. Now, when I say labor force, you look at basically these timelines, basically 16 to 65. Only within this who are either working or not working. They should have the willingness and ability. Excluded from here are the prisoners, the people who have lost the willingness to work, parents who are committed to their children, right? Definitely kids below 16 who are not working. They are schooling, not part of the labor force. 65 and above, retired population, not part of the labor force. They are known as the dependent population, right? So that's how basically we calculate this thing called the unemployment rate. And now we can look at the different types of unemployment. So first types of unemployment that can occur in any country. Where basically we will start with cyclical. Why? Because the other three are going to be part of the natural rate of unemployment. Right? Cyclical unemployment means I can avoid it. So that's why it's the non-natural, right? So this can be avoided if you have full employment, right? And everyone has jobs. So cyclical unemployment is, you can go and say, as a result of fall in AD and GDP, people across all industries have the possibility of losing their jobs. Right? Everyone has an equal chance, like during the COVID-19 crisis. Right? So cyclical unemployment is that because labor is a derived demand. That means the demand for labor depends on the demand for goods and services. So the goods and services demand for the demand for labor also. So when I draw a diagram for this, I draw the ADA's model. So over here, what I do is I draw the full employment. So as long as you're below that, say AD has fallen. See, AD has fallen, so less output. So then you go and explain because less output. Don't use the ADL model, the aggregate demand for labor and all those things because you're not learning it. It's not even in your subject's textbook. So you can basically use this to explain this. Yeah, less output. Then because there is less output, less demand for labor. Okay. And since there is less demand for labor, then basically they will lay off some workers and those workers will lose their jobs. And the solution for cyclical is, which you'll learn later on, expansionary monetary and fiscal policies to increase aggregate income, so that if AD goes to YF, you will not have such. That's basically to do with cyclical unemployment and how we find solutions.
Mr. Paul,
Yes.
so we don't draw the labor market diagram.
Don't. Just draw this, right? Why
Okay.
complicate it? Right? Your independent textbook shows it, but basically what you call that, I mean, you don't need to because it's not there, right? Why do you want to put in extra stuff? There's enough of stuff in your syllabus already. But if you're drawing that, that's okay. It's only ADL shifting leftwards, right? Aggregate demand for labor, but then you need to talk about the wage stickiness and all. Right, wages are sticky in the short run, and then it won't easily fall. And you know, you show that unemployment is greater than eventually. So all complicated. So why not just use this? Yeah, less output, less demand for labor, more people lose jobs.
Okay.
All right. So that's to do with cyclical unemployment. Now let's look at the natural rate of unemployment, which is basically nothing to do with structural, fictional, and seasonal. So natural rate of unemployment. Right, the NRU. So when I look at the natural rate of unemployment, right, we're going to look at structural, fictional, seasonal. So what is structural? Right, so that's basically unemployment caused by a mismatch between skill, right, and jobs available. right, comma, fall in demand for a specific job, right? Labor immobility and labor market rigidities. All these are basically structural, so structural changes in the economy. That means this will only affect, so cyclical, anyone can be affected. Structural, only specific people. Postmen, because online services are much more prominent now, right? Or typists, right? Because typewriters are no longer used, right? So that it only targets a specific segment. So here we have to draw a micro diagram, right? So quantity of labor or number of workers, rather you can just call it number of workers. And this is the wages that you are paying, right? Now what happens? This is the demand for labor. And this is the supply of labor. Upward sloping and downward sloping. Demand for labor is by firms, right? So at a higher wage, they want less. Supply of labor, more people want to work at higher wages. Now, let's say this is basically for typewriters, typists. You no longer need them. Okay. So what happened over here? Because of that, or because firms moved out of the country, the demand for labor has fallen. Right? Then what happens over there? Quantity of labor falls from Q to Q, Q1 to Q2. And wages also fall from W1 to W2. But that's only in the long run. That's in the long run. Right? And this many people are made unemployment in the long run. But in the short run, wages are sticky. So unemployment will actually be here. Because when demand falls, the wage is still W1 and the demand for labor from firms is here, but supply is still there. So unemployment in the short run is here. But this will be the unemployment in long run, right after the market adjusts. So that's how basically, if you learned, going to talk about the demand for labor force, right? That can basically possible. Second one is, let me draw the minimum wage line, right? Number of workers. This is wages. Demand for labor, supply. Quantity equilibrium, wage equilibrium. Go and impose a minimum wage. Yeah, wage minimum. When you impose a minimum wage, demand for labor is here. Supply of labor is there. So there is excess labor. Excess labor in the labor market is normal. Right? And the government has basically caused this. Right? So that's to do with minimum wage.
That's the structure.
Structure, yes. Part of that. Yeah. They call it real wage unemployment, but you can use that structural unemployment. Right? It's part of your structural syllabus. In IB. Okay. Right.
Wait,
And there's
Mr.
another-
Paul,
Yes.
sorry, can you explain the unemployment in the long run and short run again?
Sure. So then basically you see, now immediately when demand falls from DL1 to DL2, because you no longer need them, right? What happens is, at the current wage, which is W1, that has not easily fallen because wages are sticky in the short run. So because that has not yet fallen, the demand, right, at this wage rate, when the demand has fallen, is only at Q3. So this many workers are laid off. But in the long run, it will adjust and go back there. And then these many people will be added back. So in the short run, as soon as the demand falls, because the wages are sticky, the unemployment will be this. But in the long run, as it adjusts, it will go back. That's what it meant. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Right. Occupational immobility. And the next one is geographical immobility. Right? Occupational immobility means, you see, they don't have the skills to switch jobs. So basically, lack of skills, right? So they cannot easily switch to other jobs, right? Because they don't have the skill. Like for example, let's say a person who is been doing something for a long period of time, right? And suddenly that job is no longer required and he doesn't have skills because he didn't learn it. Then he can't switch to another, right? And the next thing is geographical immobility, right? People can't easily switch between certain areas. Like for example, in France, right? Youngsters are unemployed because they're from the rural areas and cities have a lot of jobs, but the transportation methods are poor, or it takes a long period of time. And housing is expensive in these cities, so they cannot easily switch, right? Unable to switch, right? And this is France as an example, right? Then the next thing is, we can also go on to say, like, I mean, there are reasons like, for example, firms moving out of the country. Then the next thing is demand for specific goods falling. So the demand for those labels or producing workers or producing it also falls. And this is basically what is known as structural uneconomics. Right? So this is basically structural uneconomics. So you can look at some solutions. I'll put the solutions here. Solutions for this is usually supply side. Market-oriented supply side policies like labor market reforms. Get rid of minimum wages. Let the markets operate efficiently. Market-based. Then basically, you can basically go on to talk about investments by the government in education and skills training, right? Like Singapore, right? Over that matter, you can also mention some specific examples based on what you're talking about. Like, for example, geographical immobility, you can say government can build houses, community housing, or basically hostels in cities. So that's a solution, definitely it is, right? So there is no like textbook solutions for these, right? Whatever you have spoken, talk about the specific solutions that address those specific problems. All right, so we go.
Mr. Paul,
Yeah.
like the two different diagrams here, like, sorry, what's the difference? Like, which one is for which?
Oh, this one is basically for the fall in the demand for labor, right? So this is basically addressing, this one is this. And labor market rigidities is going to be this.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Right? So that's basically how it is.
Mr. Paul.
Yeah.
Sorry. Inside like the school textbook, right? Like I remember they did the diagram that you drew, right? Then side by side they drew the market that the demand has increased. Then like I don't understand how to.
So that's basically, for example, demand for some IT people has increased,
Yeah.
so the demand has fallen. So don't need to draw side by side diagrams. I mean, this is a problem, right? That is just to make it more clearer to you, right?
Okay,
but you can
so I don't need to draw that, right? Because I got confused by the
definitely
wage
not.
in that diagram. Okay.
Yeah, no need. Yeah, that's just to show that I mean the demand there is increasing, so you don't need these people, right? Anymore, right? Right. Next thing is frictional alcohol. Right, and the next one is seasonal alcohol. Frictional alcohol is more short term. Unemployment that exists as a result of people switching in between jobs, right? Time in between leaving one job and finding another, right? Seasonal unemployment due to changes in seasons, right? For example, ski instructors not having jobs during specific seasons, such as summer and so on. Right? So the solution for these, again, are the supply side policies. Right? For example, spending on education and skills. Right, so that they can find jobs during off-peak seasons, and they can easily find jobs, right, when they have left one job and find another. Right. Another thing is basically you can also like government spending, right, specific examples, and introducing job search sites and job centers, right? So that these people can easily find jobs during the non-peak seasons and when they are in between jobs as well. The small problems, so let's do it. Frictional and seasonal unemployment. Let's look at the main problems of unemployment. Why is unemployment bad? Problems of unemployment, right? So let's look at some economic problems. Why is it bad for the economy? Number one is basically loss of potential output, right? Because unemployment is not producing enough of output. So then basically also GDP will be low. Right? Then basically loss of job. So then basically loss of income. That means you will consume less. AD falls. Then basically GDP falls. Right? So all these are problems. And this one you can use the diagram, right? To show that consumption is falling and basically unemployment is increasing as well, and GDP is falling. Another thing is government budget affected. Right? Government budget affected because tax revenue falls and government spending increases because you have to provide welfare payments. Right. So, in other words, your material well-being is affected. Basically, social problems, right? Society's problems. Number one is basically, if you're going to say crime rates increase. Right. The next thing is another social problem is like a lot of family problems, right? Divorces, all these kinds of things, especially that happened during the COVID pandemic as people lost their jobs. Then there is individual problems as well. Those who are individuals, like for example, stress and anxiety, right, which can cause suicide rates to increase. Then the next thing is basically we can also go on to say stress and anxiety, which will cause suicide, and basically If they're out of jobs for a long period of time, then lack of experience, making it hard to find jobs in the future. These are basically problems. The diagram that you can use for this question is AD decreasing, CNI decreasing. Let's look at measuring unemployment. Right? How do we measure unemployment? Right? And its problems. Right? Measuring unemployment and its problems. So measuring unemployment is done based on usually the claimant count. Right? Those who are counting the number of those who are unemployed by the claims, right? Unemployment claims. Right? If they go and claim unemployment benefits, then you're counted as unemployment. That's the claimant count. Second one is the labor survey method. You go around surveying people and try to find out how many people are unemployed. Right? So let's look at some limitations of trying to measure unemployment rates. Right? Number one is basically those working in black markets and the informal sector are not counted as employed. They might be having jobs. Another thing is, some countries they might be false claims of unemployment benefits. They might be working for a family or something like that and not being part of the payroll. So they might be claiming benefits. Right? False claims of unemployment benefits. Then this fails to distinguish between part-time and full-time employees. Like for example, can be unemployment, right? So you can go and say fails to count the number of part-timers and full-time. Right? So as long as, I mean, you are having a job, it doesn't matter whether you're part-time or full-time, you're considered as employed. But in reality, you're not. Right? So there are some problems. Then basically another thing is fails to measure skills versus work done. So basically what will happen over here is, like for example, sometimes you might be highly skilled, but you must be working as what do you call that, as not as an experienced professional. So because of the reason, what happens over here is basically it fails to account for these things. Right? Then the next thing is, right, difficulties in gathering data, right, and collecting, right, to give an accurate view of what's going on in it. So that's also another thing. Geographical differences and factors are ignored. Right? So some people in specific geographical regions might be always more unemployed as compared to the others. I mean, nowadays they give those statistics also, but you know, that's the basic thing about unemployment. It doesn't usually, tell us more accurately about these things as well. So these are basically some problems, isn't it? Related to in terms of trying to measure unemployment rates and so on. All right. Let's go to the next topic, which is to do with inflation. No worries, after the end of the session, you collect all your questions, I will answer them. Right? How long? We should be finishing fast. Yeah. Inflation, then inflation, economic growth, all these things will finish fast. Right? Then basically the next thing is inflation. Right? So it is a continuous and sustained increase in the general price levels of all goods and services in an economy over a period of time. Right? So that's basically inflation. So it can be caused by demand pull, and this one is cost push, the main types of demand pull, an increase in AD relative to AS, causing price levels to increase because more stopping. Cost push, an increase in the cost of production being passed on consumers in the form of higher price levels. So governments want low and stable rates of inflation. They definitely don't want deflation, but they want low and stable rates. Next thing is cost push. Real GDP. So demand pull is an increase in AD, causing real GDP to increase. And at the same time, it pulls up price levels. Right. Cost push is an increase in cost of production. So cost of production increases, firms produce less, and they will also pass on the higher prices to consumers. So we usually say that demand pull is better than cost push. The demand pull, when there's economic growth, it will happen. But cost push, it worse because unemployment will increase, GDP will fall. Right? So that's basically what is this thing called demand pull versus cost push. Next thing is, why is inflation bad? Right? So always when you are talking about these, give reasons why AD will increase and why SRA is good for. Right? Here you can say like wages increased or supply, etc. Here you can say income levels increased or policies that the government increased. Why is inflation bad? Number one is basically the real value of income will decrease and people are made worse off. Then there are some people on fixed incomes and unemployment benefits and welfare payments. Those guys lose out because the payments don't increase. Right? Those on fixed incomes and welfare payments lose out, right? Because their income doesn't increase in line with the price. Number three, it creates uncertainty for people. They don't know what's going on, right? Then basically it can affect consumption and investment because they might delay it or they might not know whether to spend now or not, or vice versa. Right? Number four, you can go on to say savers lose out because they're saving now, but in the future they are not going to get anything out of it because if the inflation is greater than the interest, then they're actually losing it. Number five, lenders lose out because I lend money now and when I get it back because of inflation, right, it is worth nothing. Number six, menu cost to firms. Firms need to revise their menus, their advertising, and all these things to account for the higher prices. It's costly, it's expensive. They need to charge those prices from consumers, right? And they need to keep on revising it. So creating a new advertisement, I call them $500. I'm not talking about one from all the firms. Then another thing is exports lose its competitiveness. Right? They become expensive for foreign countries, and then those foreign countries might buy less of it, which is actually bad for this country. Right? So these are some of the problems associated with inflation as well. And these are the types of inflation. Next thing is look at the different types of inflation. Right? And then basically we look at measuring inflation as well, right? So hyperinflation is very high levels. Usually it is 50% and above, right? Hyperinflation. Number two is basically disinflation. Right? Disinflation is a fall in the inflation rate as compared to before. That means basically inflation rate slows. 6%. So there is inflation, but at a decreasing rate. Right? So that's basically then number three is you can go on and say deflation. That means negative inflation. This one is a continuous and sustained decrease in the price notes of an economy over a period of time. So this deflation can occur because either AD falls right and price levels fall, or for that matter, this is bad. It's bad time because GDP is falling, unemployment is increasing. Or it can occur because SRA is increasing. Which is a good time because output will increase, unemployment. So these are basically the different types of deflation, right? Next thing we need to know is why is deflation bad? Now, why is deflation bad? Is because it creates uncertainty, right? You won't know whether to spend now or not, or prices are going down. The important thing is, another thing is, menu cost to firms. This time firms need to revise their menus and change it, so they need to spend money. It's a cost to do that. Because if they don't account for the lower prices, no one is going to eat from them because they know other shops are cheaper. The next thing is borrowers lose out. And borrowers are usually the ones who have less money. So it can affect income equally. Because the lenders are the richer ones, isn't it? Because once they borrow, they can do less. But when they return it back, because this deflation, the lenders can do more. And the most important thing is the deflationary spiral. Why? Because if price levels are going down, as consumers, you will want to consume less now because you want to consume more in the future. So then AD will fall. Then basically real GDP falls. Then unemployment increases. Then again, consumption falls because unemployed don't have money. AD falls. And then AD falls more. Right? And this basically continues. And basically it can cause a spiral like this. So no one wants this, because they will wait for prices to fall even cheaper, right? And this basically will cause more and more problems. And this is basically why deflation is bad. So which means that basically the next thing we can look at is measuring inflation. Let's cover the SL topics first, right? Using the CPI. And then basically let us go into problems of using this. Measuring inflation. Right? So we use the CPI to calculate. Right? Is an index that is built based on a basket of goods. Mostly used. Right? It is calculated as value of the basket in current year over value of the basket in base year times. So these basically just you look at the goods that are most used in the economy, build a basket based on their prices, compare the basket values over a period of time to measure the right and inflation rates. We compare the two CPIs over a period of time. Now, problems in using a CPI. Number one, the basket of goods that are built not going to be the same for everyone. No one uses the same basket, right? It might be relevant to certain people who use those goods in the basket, but others don't. Right? People of different geographical regions and people of different geographical regions and income groups from different consumption patterns. So the basket might not suit all of them. Second one is goods in the basket might become outdated over time and you will no longer want to use it. Right? But if it's included because it has been there for a long period of time, it's inaccurate. Number 3, technological advancements and changes in quality are ignored. Like let's say the price of a calculator that was included in is now double, but it might be because of changes in quality. It's not inflation, but rather it's a quality that changed that caused it to increase. Number 4, consumption, right, from discount stores and promotions utilized. I know. Because some people might only always be buying it from promotions and discount stores and all these kinds of things, but that part is ignored, right? That part is ignored over here when you are looking at the CPI as well. Then, of course, the most important thing is difficulties in gathering data on surveys and all, bias information. They might not give accurately. That's basically the problem with the CPI. Then you also need to know what is this thing called a PPI, a producer price index, right? Now, what is consumer price index? That's a producer price index. So basically, it is an index based on the costs, right, incurred by the producers, right, to measure the changes in cost of production, right? But it is, it is useful to use a PPI to, measure inflation also, because usually if PPI goes up, that means cost goes up. So then basically they will pass on the higher cost to consumers. So this will also cause increase in CPI. So it is an accurate indicator of how the CPI will be, right? And one last thing is basically the problems of CPI. Number 6, I will put it, then we can talk about the solution, is because goods that may be included in the basket can have high price volatility. So it might be inaccurate, because onions and these oil and all these things fluctuate significantly because of inelastic demand and supply. So if those are included in the basket, it is inaccurate, right? And then that must be like price fluctuation, because next day it might stabilize. So you cannot take that. So in order to avoid this, they calculate something called the core rate of inflation. That means you basically exclude the highly price volatile items when measuring inflation. That's what is known as the core rate of inflation. And with this, we end inflation, which means we go to economic growth and income equality, which will move to policies. Right, so that's basically the core rate of inflation. The core rate of inflation. COR. Right? Usually, if PPI increases, cost is increasing. And so let's look at what does it mean by economic growth. So economic growth, yeah. Sure. Okay, so we take a pause over here, right, for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then basically we'll start. Okay. Yes, do you guys have any questions? Now it's 3:22, so we start at 3:30. I think we should be done by about 5:30. HL 4:30, I think. Okay. 4:30 to 5 should be SL, right, in between. If we start at 3:30, so we start at 3:30. So basically, yeah. Yeah, I need an hour more for HL just to do those calculation parts. Yeah, Keynesian multiply and so on, right? It should be fine. Guys, on virtual, do you guys have any questions, or is it fine?
No questions.
Yeah,
Vivian?
I'm okay.
Okay, right. So we'll start at 3:30. Yeah, we'll take a break for a few
Okay.
minutes. Can be really tiring. Okay. Those are the real parts. There's one slide for each.
nothing to be embarrassed about. Okay.
Better. All right, shall we start? No, we have 2 more minutes. Okay. Relax for 2 more minutes. Is it cool? Shall I reduce?
Yeah. Okay, maybe turn off on aircon.
I think I'll turn that one off, right? See, when it's like really cold, you can't sleep also, right? Or do you feel sleepy?
Yeah.
You feel sleepy, huh?
I would if not for the cold.
You would.
I'll fall asleep if not for the cold.
Oh yeah, it's cold, you can't sleep. That's the thing, if you keep it at good temperature, the chances are that everyone will fall asleep. I put it on oops. 22. All right, the time is 3:30 and we're going to start. All right, let's, girls, we are going to start. Huh?
Okay.
Okay.
That's basically economic growth, right? That's also a policy. So economic growth is an increase in real GDP over a period of time, right? So that's basically what is economic growth. And this is also related, this is basically related to a reduction in unemployment, right? Unemployment as well, right? If GDP increases, unemployment should fall. Now, let's look at 3 different types of unemployment, right? So that's real GDP, and see general price numbers, 0, general price numbers, real GDP, and their price numbers. First thing is, let's look at actual growth, right? Then let's look at potential growth. Then let's look at sustained, which is the combination of both. Now, actual growth is basically when AD is increasing, right? And you're going towards the full employment level of output, right? And what is happening over there is, as long as GDP has increased, basically, you know, you have achieved economic growth. So it's something like that, right, in your PPC as well. Right? So you're going towards the full employment. Now that is also problematic because if only actual growth takes place, it might lead to inflation. So the next thing is potential growth. Potential growth is caused by usually supply side policies, right? So here, actual growth is caused by any factors that affect AD. Anything that can affect CIG expansion will cause actual growth, right? So basically, this is caused by increases in C plus I plus G plus X minus N. Okay. Potential growth. This is caused by factors increasing LRX, isn't it? Right? Plus supply side policies. This can be demand side policies, expansion demand side policies. Right? Lowering interest rates, lowering taxes, direct taxes, and increasing government. So what happens? Potential growth is your full employment has increased. That means basically your overall output has also increased, right? And you have reached more than the full employment level of all, which is also good. So the problem is, if your AD is here, but your AS is increasing, there is no point because the equilibrium is increasing. So there is no point in this only happening alone. Neither is there any point in that happening alone. So that's why we have sustained growth, both happening at the same time. Bizanomics in Japan, right? Basically expansion policies and basically supply side policies also. When that happens, then it's much more better and it's a solution for everything, all the macroeconomic objects, because AD is increasing, right? From AD1 to AD2. And at the same time, what's happening over here is see your price levels. Price levels remain the same instead of increasing there. And at the same time, your output also has increased. Right? So when this happens, we say that it is sustained non-inflationary economic, right? Sustained non-inflationary economic growth. And basically your unemployment also will fall. That is basically with economic. So these are small things that basically you need to know about these things, and they will just ask you how do two factors cause economic growth. You can talk one demand side and one supply side, or just focus on demand side alone. That's it. And the 15-mark question is usually, right? Does economic growth always lead to an improvement in living standards? Well, that's questionable. Right? Number one is we can say yes, because high material value, they are having more income, they can spend. And basically they can also use the higher income to spend on consumption and also non-material aspects, which is even more better, right? Then, another thing is if there's economic growth, low levels of unemployment. So definitely yes, more people have jobs. Then it increases consumer and business confidence. That is also known, right? Then no, because you see if there's economic growth, right, destruction of resources, right? Because to build more and to produce more, you need to destroy resources. Sustainability issues. Then another thing is usually when economic growth is caused by aggregate demand, inflation occurs. So people lose out because they can do so much with their money. Another thing is, you can go on to say, just because there's an increase in GDP, it might be the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. Income inequality. Might not. Right? So these are basically certain problems associated with economic growth. Right? Right? Because the rich might be getting richer, the poor might be getting poorer, so it might be not contributing towards, any possible higher living standards. Right? So that's basically what it is. Potential growth, if you are showing on a PPC, you just shift it up. Right? If you are showing sustained growth, you shift the PPC, also you shift the point outwards. Well, that's it what you need to know for economic growth, which means we can go to income inequality and then go on to policies, finish up as soon as possible. All right. Phillips curve. HL topics after this. This is only SL. HL topics I need to GDP, CPI calculation, Phillips curve, Keynesian multiplier, and you're done. Right? So I should need only half an hour more after SL. Right? So I'll try to finish as fast as possible. But this is comprehensive. This is all you need to know. This section for 10 marks, this section for 15 marks. That's it. Right?
Mr. Paul, or should I ask the question later?
Later is better. Is it related to this or is it something else?
This one.
Okay, tell me.
You say that like income inequality might
Yeah.
occur, right? But then, so for my exam, I wrote that the income, it'll widen the gap because the rich get richer and then the poor get poorer. Then she wrote like,
it doesn't necessarily mean it will widen the gap, but that can be a problem. So don't say it will always widen the gap, but you can go on and say economic growth does not necessarily cause income inequality. If you take an extreme situation and say this will happen, that's wrong. That depends on economics.
okay, okay.
Right. So now in your final exams also, don't take like extreme situations and say this is going to happen in macroeconomics. In micro, yes, diagrammatical explanations, you can say that. Right? But it is not true in real life when you talk about macro. Now, when I say income inequality, it doesn't mean that it will always happen, but it can happen. Right? And you have to justify it by an example that you're using. Like, for example, USA, it achieved economic growth, but income inequality is still persistent among the Latinos in Southern America or something like that. You can use it.
Okay.
Right? Okay. So next thing is income equality. Right? So income equality is something that the government wants to achieve, and equality means everyone treated the same way, isn't it? And earning the same amount of money. Equity, on the other hand, is fairness in the distribution of income. So that means you think of it as everyone having the equal opportunity to earn, right? And if they work more, they get paid more, right? So equity is fairness. That means nothing is unfair. Everyone has an equal chance, right? Income levels. And no one is restricted. In this section, you're going to learn that equity is also equality. So when they say policies to improve equity, it's also the policies to improve equality. Because that means basically nothing is unfair, right? Taxes are progressive. Fair, because high income earners pay more. Right? That kind of a situation. Right? You're getting it. So how do we measure equality? Now, when you say measuring equality, basically we use the Lawrence curve. So the Lorentz curve, right, represents, right, the income distributed in a cumulative way, right, amongst the cumulative population. You see how much is the low income groups and the high income groups earning, and basically you split it into quintiles. Right? So cumulative percentage of households or population. This is the cumulative percentage of income. So usually you take it as quintiles so that you see the lowest to the highest income groups and the income as well. And here also 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. All the percentages as well. Now, what happens over here is this is the line of perfect equality, right? Line of perfect equality. That means that basically at 100% you have to stop, right? So 100% should be 100%, right, of the population. So line of perfect equality means 20% of the income is for 20% of the people. 40% of the income is for 40% of the people. 60% of the income is for 60% of the people. It's equally distributed. It means the remaining 40 are earning the remaining 40%. No problem at all. But in reality, this is not the case for countries, because the Lorentz curves of countries can be different. So this can be the Lorentz curve for country 1 and country 2, or the Lorentz curve of country 1 in 1997 and 1998. Whether it improved or decreased, that's up, right, on the policies that they do. So as you go further, you see 60% is for 80%. The remaining 40% is for the higher, richer 20%. Right? So there is income inequality. But if you go further, 60%, if the curve is further away, 60% is for 90%. The remaining 40% is for the richer 10%. So as we can see, Lorentz curve 1 versus Lorentz curve 2. So Lorentz curve 1 has less inequality. And Lorentz curve 2 has more inequality. So the key takeaway is, if LC is closer to line of perfect equality, then there is more equality, right? If further away, that means there is more inequality. The next thing is, I'm going to put this area as A, B, and C, right? A, B, C. So the next thing is, we can also measure inequality based on the Gini coefficient. Right? The Gini coefficient. So Gini coefficient takes values in between 0 and 1. And is given by the formula area in between the Lorentz curve and line of perfect equality divided by area below the line of perfect equality. So in the case of country 1, Lorentz curve 1, it's actually A over A plus B plus C. And if it's Lorentz curve 2, it is actually A plus B over A plus B plus C. And you know, based on the Lorentz curve, that countries LC1 has more equality. So here, the value of the Gini coefficient also be low, right? So basically, this is a lower Gini value, and this is a higher Gini. So we can go on to say more equality means Gini closer to 0. More inequality, that means Gini closer to 1. That's the key takeaway for this Gini coefficient and the lawrence. How this thing works, right, in terms of income inequality. So the Gini can be used as a method, right, also to measure income equality. And the next part is, let us focus on why is the Gini, right? Why does Gini take values of 0 to 1? Right? Because you see, if there was perfect equality, area between the, if there is perfect equality, then the log score will be on the line of perfect equality. So area between that and that is 0. Right? So perfect equality means Gini will be equal to 0. Then max value of 1, because the area of the Lorentz curve is always going to be lower than 1 unless there is like perfect inequality. Right? So the maximum they can take is 1. Because numerator, which is the area between the Lorentz curve and the line of probability, will always be lesser, or in extreme case equal. Right? Lesser or equal. 1 at maximum. Right? So this is perfect equality, and this basically 1 is perfect inequality. Right? So that's basically the Gini coefficient. Then let's look at solutions. Right? How does the government find solutions to improve income equality? And if it's an income equality question, please remember to use a diagram to show that the curve is either shifting in or shifting out. Right? Improve equality, shift in. Then if equality is worsening, shift out. Just an arrow, that's it, drawing 2 lines. Next thing is, let's quickly focus on solutions to improve income equality. Right. The solutions to improve income equality are, number 1 is provision of merit goods and demerit goods, and public goods. Right. Number 2 is basically you can use price controls. Right. You can use maximum price or ceiling, and then no minimum price floor. But always remember, these two can lead to economic inefficiency. Use the micro diagrams to explain that there is welfare loss. Right? So this one, use micro diagrams. Then another solution is basically subsidies and grants given to agricultural producers and low income groups. So they can use this money. right, to spend on certain things. But if you give subsidies, it can lead to productive inefficiency, because they will become over-dependent. And another thing is, you can also increase progressive taxes and reduce regressive taxes. Calculations I'll go through later, right? So progressive taxes means as the income increases, the proportion of tax that you pay also will increase. And regressive taxes, as the income increases, the proportion of tax that you pay decreases. Bad tax, right? So you increase, like for example, income tax, corporate tax, and you reduce GST and VAT, right, which are basically regressive taxes. But the most important policy, right, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can also go use welfare payments, isn't it? Unemployment benefits to those who don't have jobs. And also basically pensions to those older people who don't have jobs, so that income inequality amongst them can improve. Right. So the solution, draw the Lorentz curve shifting in, right, in this kind of a question. Unless it's inefficiency, then use the micro diagram to show welfare loss and allocative inefficiency. Or you can talk about productive inefficiency at the end of subsidies. Right, welfare payments. Then basically 6 is supply side policies, even better, the best actually. Investments in education, healthcare, so that people have jobs, unemployment reduce, infrastructure, right? Spending on infrastructure. So then basically these are usually interventionist policies. Right? So that basically people have jobs, right? Firms will produce more, they will hire more workers. It's a long-term solution. So in this case, they also link it to a small section which is known as poverty. So let's just learn about poverty and income inequality, because the solutions are going to be the same. So what does it mean by poverty? It means basically inability to satisfy needs and so there are two, which is known as absolute, and the other one is known as relative. Absolute poverty is horrible, unable to satisfy basic needs, right? Living below $2 a day, right? Just look at the updated version of the threshold, right? So you're living below the poverty side. Relative means, it doesn't mean that you're, but relative to others in society. Let's say GDP per capita 25,000, if a person is earning 10,000, he's in relative poverty. Worse off, right? Living below GDP. Now, next thing is consequences of poverty. Number 1 is basically low consumer and business confidence. Then no one will invest in those countries. Fall in FDI and investments, because people are not going to buy the goods, so why would they invest? Then burden on government. Why? No tax, and also need to increase welfare. Right, then number 4, crime rates increase. Number 5, deflationary spiral can right? And then basically number 6, poverty cycle can continue from generation to generation, making the economy worse of African countries. Use it as an example, right? What causes poverty? Number 1, corruption. So governments are pocketing out the money. Number 2 is basically war and natural disasters. Number 3, unemployment. Number 4, geographical issues like lack of resources. Number 5, discrimination against certain groups. All these things can lead to poverty, and poverty will cause the PPC to go, not increase as well. There can be issues with this, right? And this ends the section about income equality. So we're good. We have 1 hour to finish policies, and then SL is done, right? Hopefully lesser. So I shall now take it off. I'll just take this part out. I'll keep that part so that you're still continue. I may be covering that part. Okay. So next thing is, let's look at policies. So we look at demand side policies, right? So demand side policies, these policies aim to influence aggregate demand. Aim to increase influence aggregate. So, right? Aim to increase aggregate demand. We can have the monetary policy and fiscal. These are the 2 main policies that we're going to use to to influence aggregate demand. First, let's start with the monetary policy. Monetary is money, right? So that's basically, you can go on to say, first of all, expansionary. Right? Expansionary monetary policy. Also known as a monetary stimulus or easing. Right? You can call it in your IB or these 3 things, they mean the same. So monetary policy is by the central bank. So you can want to say central bank prints more money and uses interest rate as well. Okay. How does it mean? Right? So how? Is we look at the money supply diagram. Quantity of money, all loanable funds. This is the interest rate, the price of money. Supply of money is vertical, perfectly inelastic. Why? It's only the central bank that can print money, you can't print money. So demand for money is downward sloping. Why? Because demand for money is by consumers, firms, and government, all need money. So at high interest rates, they want less, and at low interest rates, they want more money because they would rather hold more money to buy goods and services because it's cheap. Right? So now what happens over here? Equilibrium interest rate, IR, is determined based on demand and supply. Now, what does the central bank do if it's basically going to do an expansion policy? It prints more money. It prints more money and buys bonds from the people and the commercial banks who have already bought it. So it will give the money back and take back the bonds. Right? So what happens over here? People and commercial banks get more money. They can spend. Also at the same time, what happens over there is the interest rate also decreases. That's because if there is more money, suppliers want to supply, they will reduce the interest rates, right? So what happens over here is you print more money and the interest rate goes down. Then what happens? The consequences of this. So effects is that low interest rate. That means it is cheaper to borrow and less returns for savings. So because of this reason, what happens over there is consumption increases because they borrow and spend. Investment increases because they borrow and invest. Then consumption will increase further because they save less returns and spend. Right? Aim of this policy is to increase GDP and reduce cyclical unemployment. How does it work? Real GDP, general price levels, average price levels. AD will increase. 81, 82. Then what happens over here? P01, P02. Output increases from Y1. So you can achieve economic growth, and also when output increases, unemployment will fall. Evaluation is that timeline. People and firms need time to react. It doesn't happen immediately. Number two, if interest rate is very low, might not work. Right? Example in Japan. Right? If it's closer to zero, you can't do anything. Even if you reduce it, it will have less effect. Number three is basically may not work during a recession because consumer and business confidence is low. Right? And number four, closer to YF, it can cause inflation. Number five, fall in interest rate, hot money flows out. So it can cause depreciation of currency. It can be an issue. Because basically, money will flow out of the country because foreigners who have saved money in the banks will feel that basically they are not getting enough of returns. So because they are not getting enough of returns, they will pull out their money out of the economy, and this can basically affect it. That's all you need to know for expansion policies. Which means that we can go into contractionary. Okay. So then basically, if you get contractional, also known as monetary tightening. Right? This means that basically you want to say central bank reduces the supply and increases interest rates. Right? How does it work? Quantity of all loanable funds. Interest rate. Supply of money, they reduce the supply. How do they reduce the supply? They will basically sell bonds so that you and commercial banks will basically spend and buy the bonds, and then the amount that's circulating will fall. That's how they reduce the money. So interest rate will increase from IR to IR. And what do you call that? Central bank supplies less. They how do they reduce money supply? They sell bonds so that you and commercial banks will buy those bonds as an investment instrument, give back the money, and the amount that's circulating in the economy will also. Then, aim of this policy is to reduce demand pull inflation. I mean, you can use it for cost push, but it will worsen the situation. So you never use that. How? Is by increasing interest rate. One, expensive to borrow. So consumption falls, right? And also firms will invest lesser. So investments also will fall. Then basically, reward for saving is also higher. Consume less and they save more. So all of these things will cause AD to fall. Always remember when I'm drawing the diagram, I draw it here. I don't draw it here. You don't want to reduce the GDP. Right? You don't impose the cost. Only when there is like too much of inflation and your output is really higher, then you can increase interest rates. So what do? You try to basically reduce AD to reduce the inflationary pressure. Right? So always draw it on the classical rate. Right? So that basically that's when they should actually use it. If not, because somewhere here you don't want to use it. It will cause the economic growth to fall and also unemployment will increase. Evaluation. Don't do this. That's the main thing. Right? If you want to reduce prices, do supply side policies. If it increases, then price will automatically fall there. Right? So evaluation, number one, is that I'm going to say if AD decreases further, then unemployment will increase and GDP will. Number two is that if interest rate increases, more hot money flows in, then basically what happens? Currency appreciates. So if it appreciates, export might become expensive and export might fall. So those things basically you can have. Number three, savings increase, consumption falls, then basically AD falls, GDP will fall. Bad. So these are basically to do with contractionary monetary policy, also known as monetary policy. Then basically let's look at expansion fiscal. Then we're going to automatic stabilizers after fiscal policy, right? Because it's not a discretionary fiscal policy. Expansion fiscal policy. Right? Where that one is central bank, this one is government. Government increases government spending and or users direct taxes to increase AD, also known as fiscal stimulus, fiscal easing, expansionary fiscal policy, right? The aim of this policy is to increase GDP and reduce unemployment, which is cyclical, right? It's questionable though, because sometimes these government spending can also have supply side effects, so it can reduce structural friction or seasonal also. But mainly, if it's to do with AD, it's something. Okay. Government spending is, if it's in infrastructure, education, it's also supply side, right? How? So you reduce direct taxes, such as corporate tax, and or reduce income tax. Then reduce corporate taxes, investments increase. Reduce income taxes, consumption increases. Disposable income increases. Then you increase government spending. So basically, G is a direct component, right? So G increases, then AD will also. So how does it look in a diagram? Right? General price averse, private price averse, 0. AD, 81. Why? Here, price averse increase, output increases. Evaluation. Right? Number one, supply side effects. So the fiscal policy can also shift the LR rates because spending on infrastructure is a supply side policy. Right? This is a key thing. Right? Supply side effects. G increasing in education, health, infrastructure. Can also increase. Another thing is, if you reduce direct tax and increase G, budget, right? Affected. Opportunity cost. All these things. Then might not work during a recession because consumer and business confidence is low. Important one, crowding out effect. Crowding out effect is when there is a budget deficit. Then what happens? Government spends or wants to spend. Right? What happens? Demand for money. They'll have to borrow, goes up. Interest rate goes up. Then what happens? Expensive to borrow. So C and I reduce. So it crowds out private spending, which is hence it is called the crowding out. Also important. Next thing, time lag. Why? This one is government, so it needs to be debated and approved in Parliament. And of course, the last one is closer to YF. It can just lead to inflation. That's it you need to know for expansionary fiscal policy. Right? So these are basically the things that you need to know. Expansionary fiscal, then we have contraction fiscal, and we're done. And then supply side, right? Okay.
Mr. Paul,
Yes.
can you say that the time lag for monetary policy is slower than the
Short.
time lag?
Yeah,
I mean-
you can
I mean shorter, yeah. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Then next thing is contractionary fiscal policy. Right? Is basically when government reduces government spending and or increases direct taxes. The aim of this policy is basically to reduce inflation. Usually it is demand. How? Right. So basically, if you increase direct taxes, corporate tax goes up, investment goes down. Income tax goes up, disposable income falls, consumption goes up. G is a direct component of AD, so AD will. How do you show it on a diagram? Same as the expansionary contraction models. You show it on this range. Don't reduce it further. Right? Get it to full employment. Right. Try to reduce it. Get it full employment. Right. Evaluation. Of course, time lag. Why? Debated and approved in Parliament. Then, of course, it's recessionary. Then basically, if AD falls, can lead to GDP falling, and also basically cyclical unemployment increasing, which is bad. but then can improve the government budget, right, for the future. So nothing. So this is basically the contractionary fiscal policy, and with this we can go into automatic stabilizers and then supply side policy. So let's look at what are these things called automatic stabilizers, non-discretionary fiscal policies. Factors that help to reduce fluctuations in a business cycle, right? And prevent extreme fluctuations. That's basically the time where there can be these extreme fluctuations, but with the business, what do you call that? With the stabilizers, isn't it? With the stabilizers, it can help to minimize this kind of thing. Right? So I'm trying to make it similar to that, but even if you scribble along, it's fine. Right? Don't worry about it, because a business cycle, there is no constant thing, right? It can basically be closer to the potential GDP, further away. It's just two different business cycles. There's nothing called a unique one. Some teachers I saw had like market this thing, but it's different, what do you call that, business cycle, so it's fine. Yeah. And this one is the potential, right? And this is the boom. Right? And this one is basically the. What happens is, see, this will be without stabilizers. And this one will be closer, meaning with stabilizers. Now, why? It helps stabilize and prevent these kinds of extreme fluctuations from taking place. Right? And these automatic stabilizers are also known as non-discretionary. That means the government doesn't like purposely do it. Right? Fiscal policy. Because it automatically happens. And one of these policies, unemployment benefits and welfare payments. Why? During a boom, more jobs. Then automatically less unemployment benefits and spending as compared to before. So C will not increase as much. During a slump, right, or a recession, less jobs, less income. So the economy will go towards a recession. But because more benefits paid, more income, so consumption increases, fall is not very significant. So you see, these unemployment benefits have helped to stabilize, right, the fluctuations, right, and keep it under control. Then progressive taxes. like income taxes. Means as you earn more, you pay more, right? So during a boom, what happens? Income. Then progressive tax also increases. Then basically less disposable income. Then basically consumption does not increase as much. So it helps to reduce the economy from overheating. During a slump, what happens over there is that income falls. So that means your progressive tax model means less tax paid, more disposable income. That means you have more consumption. Basically, fall in AD is not that bad. But these, of course, depend on the multiplier effect and all these kinds of things, right? And the confidence of an economy. But usually, the stabilizers work to prevent extreme fluctuations from taking place, right? So that's basically how this thing works. Yeah, go ahead.
For the slump on the right side, like what do you mean by like less income and then more income?
Oh,
Like,
less job, right, during a slump because it's worse. So less income is being earned by those people, right?
oh,
So then there'll be more benefits paid because during a slump, I mean, no jobs means unemployment. So then they can use that income to spend, isn't it? Right?
oh, okay.
So in the AD will not be that bad during a slump because they're getting money from outside sources. So they can use this money to spend. So consumption will not fall significantly. That's what is meant.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
So which means we are on the final phase of SL stuff, which is supply side policies, and you should be done within the next 10 to 15 minutes. And now that we can proceed further. Progressive direct taxes, very right there. Non-discretionary fiscal policy. Because this is also to do with taxes and spending, right? So it's a fiscal policy, but it's non-discretionary. I mean, government doesn't purposely do it, it automatically happens in the economy. Right? So that's basically how it works. All right, so let's go into the final phase of supply side policies. Right, so let's look at basically supply side policies. Policies aim at increasing LRAS, isn't it? Long run aggregate supply. These two can be either in the form of interventionist, right? Where governments directly intervene to increase LRS. Or it can be market-based, right? Government corrects inefficiencies in the market to help reduce the cost of firms and let markets operate more efficient. All these policies will improve efficiency. That's the key. And they are going to do one thing. They're going to increase the long-run aggregate supply, which is the, in this Keynesian, which is the classical range. Now, why do I draw a Keynesian model? Is because if you draw the monetarist module, please keep in mind that you have to shift also the SRS, because whatever shifts LRS will shift SRS. So to avoid the complication and determining where is the price, what will be the AD, I just do the Keynesian aggregate supply. Easier? Yes. Right? Now, let's look at basically how do interventionist policies work. So, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, investments in infrastructure. Then second one, so that's like dams, ports, highways. What happens? Reduces cost for firms because they don't need to use a bigger route. Transportation cost is reduced. Also, it increases efficiency. They can do it faster. More firms are encouraged to produce. More firms will come in, they will produce. The overall output will increase. Investments in education increases productivity and efficiency of workers. So then basically what happens, overall output will increase because they can produce more with the same amount of resources because they are trained to do so. Investments in healthcare. People are healthier, they will be more efficient, and they will live longer, they will produce more, and there are more factors of production as they're living more. Right? More labor, right? So overall output. Number 4, investments in technology, right? So technology increases efficiency and reduces cost of production. So more. Also, more firms are encouraged. Enter the market because it's easier to produce. They can make use of this. Number 5 is basically you can go and say grants and payments to SME, small and medium enterprises, and infant industries. Please look at the definitions of these two. SMEs are small firms that are starting to grow. Infant industries are the entire industries, the biotechnology, cryptocurrencies that are basically small, but in the future they are likely to create more jobs and expand further. Right? Grants and subsidies. If you do this, then basically more firms enter and more industries. So definitely the overall output also is more, right? Okay. So then basically the overall output also. But the main problem with these interventionist policies, right, is that, right? So we'll look at some evaluation points. Is that budget deficit for the government, right? Because of spending, and also you can say opportunity. Long term, you can't train and educate people or build things, right? Building and training time. I'll elaborate on that. You can't train those who have not been educated for all the last 10 years in 1 year. It will take a long period of time. Right? Then basically depletion of resources. Because in order to build more and produce more and to give all these things, you might need to destroy the resources. So if you destroy the resources, then basically you're decreasing the amount that's available for future generations. Nevertheless, the supply side policy is ideal because if LRAs increases, yeah, it will be non-inflationary. AD also increases. Why do you want to reduce AD? Let AD increase. You increase LRAs, right? So that basically the price levels will now go even further down, right? As compared to before, and output also is increasing. So this is the best policy for any solution. Any of the macroeconomic objectives, this is the best supply side policy.
Sorry. Point 4 after output, what's the end of the bracket?
More firms enter the market, right? So then more output, right? That's the reason. So that's to do with interventionists, and of course we have the last one, which is market-oriented supply side policies. Right, market-based policies. If you look at market-based policies, the first one is labor markets. What are you trying to do? You're trying to make it easier for firms to produce and reduce their costs. Eliminate minimum wages so that it's cheaper to produce, they will hire more and produce more overall output. Reduce trade union power so that workers don't have much power, firms have more power, they will hire more and produce. Reduce job security, so it's easy to hire and fire workers. Outcome, firms will hire and produce. Fourth one is basically reduce unemployment benefits. So that more people will work. So it reduces voluntary unemployment. These ones reduce the cost of production, right, and give firms more power. Second type of market-based policy is policies to increase competition. Right? How do you do that? Privatization. Change government firms to the private sector. Government firms are inefficient. There's no one to question them. Privatization, profitability. Profitability will encourage efficient, because that will reduce costs to be profitable. It will make them efficient. They will produce more overall. Public and private partnerships. Government should not do it on its own. It should get funds from the private sector as well. So that basically it will be faster, efficient. They will look at the profits. Efficiency increases, overall output will increase. Right? This one also increases efficiency. Next one, trade liberalization. Get rid of barriers. Protectionism. If you get rid of protectionism, then more competition, because domestic firms need to compete with foreign imports, increases you to be efficient in order to survive. Next one, reduce regulations and red tape so that it's easier for firms. But they will produce. And new firms also will increase. Next one, reduce monopoly power and let competition increase. Because dominant firms will have more power, so they will produce less. Increased competition increases efficiency. Overall output. Last market-based policy is increasing incentives. So here you are reducing corporate tax. So then more investments in research and development, all these kinds of things, R&D. Then there will also be new firms. If you basically, what do you call that, reduce income tax, more people want to work, and they will want to work long. Then basically more. Then you reduce wealth tax. They can use wealth, invest in business. Now you see, these incentive policies are also a fiscal policy, because you are reducing direct. However, we have the final evaluation for these policies. These things can worsen income inequality, because it's the low income workers who will lose out if there's no minimum wages and unemployment benefits. But reducing unemployment benefits can reduce opportunity cost. Privatization might lead to higher prices for consumers. Trade liberalization domestic firms lose out. Regulations and registrations, if you reduce it, firms might take advantage. If you do these things, the good thing is more businesses, more FDI, and workers. Right? There might be more immigration. Right? Then, but if you reduce taxes, government revenue will increase. Even these market-based policies will shift. Finishing aggregate supply curve because of greater efficiency. And that is the end of standard level economics. Right, I'm just going to give a few minutes to ask any questions that you have. If you don't have anything, then I shall get on with highlight. You're good to go?
Yeah.
Good. You take your time, no worries. Right? And yeah. So we have 4 topics to cover for high level, so I'll do that as fast as possible. GDP calculations, CPI, taxes, multiplier, actually about 6, right? So let's just look at those things. Should be fast.
Mr. Paul,
Yes.
the point under increased prices for consumers, like what's that word? Like something loses out.
Oh, domestic firms lose out because of trade liberalization. Because if you get rid of protectionism, then there'll be more imports. So your domestic firms that cannot compete with them, they will be worse off, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because of liberalization. So this point is for liberalization.
Now, firms taking advantage, etc.
Regulations and red tapes. If you reduce them, right? If you reduce regulations, red tapes, and make it easier for firms to operate, and they are not so strict on things, then firms will just do whatever they want, right? And it can lead to a bit of inefficiencies in that case. Right? Government will lose control. So, all right. So let's just go on to the actual topics now. Right. So I'm going to start off with going to be GDP multiplier, CPI, Phillips curve, and a bit of income inequality. And what's that? Inequality. Liquidity trap. That's basically, I've also forgot. Liquidity trap is basically when, what do you call that? You print more money. Let me check that out. All right. Yeah, I'll pass it. Oh, that's the one where basically your interest rates are lower. So even if you print more money, yeah, it's useless.
So I do have a different.
Yeah, I'm giving you also. This, yeah, this is Vivian's, right? That is a old one. Let me give you the. Yeah, I'll give you this. Do you need yours?
Think take it back.
All right. I'll come and check it later. Yours should be the last. Yeah. All right. So let's just get on to the actual topics. For your paper one?
Yeah.
Isn't it there? Is that right?
Yeah.
Right. All right. So let's just basically get on to the actual topics. We'll start off with GDP. Right? Nominal versus real GDP. Right? So first let's look at nominal GDP. Right? So what happens in nominal GDP? Let's just try the table. Right? Just to say that there were 3 goods that are produced in an economy. Right? 3 goods that are produced in an economy. And this is the price quantity value in 2003. And this is the price quantity value in 2004. See you. Right. So let's say the price was 10, 12, and 14. Quantity is 100, 200, and 100. Right. The value is basically 1000. This is 2400, and this is 1000. So the total GDP, let's just assume that only these three goods are produced, is basically 4800. In 2004, let's say the quantity is 100, 180, and this is basically remaining at 100. Prices have gone to 12, 14, and 16. So this is 1200, and this is 1600, and that one is 2520, right? So it's basically 2520. So it's basically 0, basically 2, 3, 5320. Right? So that's based on nominal GDP. So if you look at economic growth for these things, basically this is the GDP value, right? Economic growth is basically new minus old over old times. So new is 5320. So we are looking at 2004, right? So 5320 minus 4800 divided by old 4800 times 100. So the value that you get over here is going to be 10.83%. Right, so there was economic growth, but is that true? Not really, because quantity has actually reduced for Y, but still it's showing growth because of inflation. So that's why nominal GDP is a limitation. So let's look at real GDP. They say use 2003 as the base. So we follow the same table. X, Y, Z. Price, quantity, value. Price, quantity, value. Right? So that's basically 10, 12, 14. 100, 200, 100. So the value is 1000, 2400, and basically 1000. But because it's real GDP, I know that there is inflation, I want to avoid that. So base year 2003, follow the base year prices 10, 12, only change the output according to that particular year, which is 180 and this is 100. So in total, it's basically 1000. There's basically 12 times 180. To 160, and this is basically 1400. So 0, 6, 5, 4500. So if I look at this, right, it's much more accurate because you can go on to see that GDP growth, which is new minus old over old times is minus 5. So you see, if you work nominal, it tells that it's positive. But if it's real, it's basically negative. But real is much more accurate because you see, I want to see if there is economic growth, jobs have been added. But in this case, if I just based on nominal, jobs might not have been added. Right, so that's why we calculate something called the GDP deflator. Right, GDP deflator. So GDP deflator is calculated as nominal GDP over real GDP times 100. So that is equal to, let's say, in 2003, right, which is the base year. Nominal is 4,000. Real is 4,000 times 100, which is equal to 100. So always remember, base year GDP deflator is always 100. In 2004, nominal GDP is 45320. Real GDP 4560 times 100. And basically tells you one 6.61, right? So there has been, right, the GDP deflator has basically been 116.67, and why is that increase is because of inflation, right? So always remember, if GDP deflator increases, it's because of inflation. And if the GDP deflator decreases, it is because of. Always remember that. And you use the deflator to calculate in your paper. Why you're using it is basically they'll give you nominal GDP. They don't mention anything, it's nominal GDP. And they will ask you to calculate real GDP giving the deflator. So you just change the equation. Right? So deflator is equal to nominal over real times 100. So basically you take the real up, bring the GDP deflator down. So real GDP is equal to nominal over deflator times 100. Right? So that's how basically you calculate this. And the deflator, in other words, is trying to measure inflation as well. Right? Because basically it's showing the effects of these kinds of things. Then the second topic that we're going to focus on is the Keynesian multiplier. Keynesian multiplier. Okay. So we say that K is equal to 1 over 1 minus MP, or 1 over MP dot. Right? Or 1 over MPS plus MPE plus MP. So what is this Keynesian multiplier? Right? The multiplier effect is the overall increase in AD, which is more than proportional, right? But it is the factor by which, right, GDP increases more than proportionally. As compared to any changes in the components of aggregate. Right? So what is this thing by MPC? Right? It is the marginal propensity of consumption. Now, consumption is the amount that you spend on domestic goods, right? Right? Consumption. So that's basically for every $1 increase in income, the amount spent on consuming domestically produced. That's what is basically meant by it. So if the income is increasing by $1, then basically MPC plus MPM plus MPS plus MPT. So this is like imports, M is for imports, S is for savings taxes. Marginal propensity means same thing. Additional amount that you pay on input, additional amount that you pay on savings for every $1 increase, additional amount that you pay on taxes. So that $1 will be either spent on consumption, imports, savings, or taxes. So this is 0.5. Let's say this is 0.2. They will give this to you 0.3. Sorry, 0.2 as well, and 0.1. Now, sometimes they give us 50%, 20%, 30%. Oh, what? Just convert it to a decimal place and use it. Right? But it means the same thing. So that $1 increase, you will either spend it there, right? So that's why they can say 1 is equal to MPC plus MPM plus MPS plus MPT. And these, recall, are leakages or withdrawals that you learned in your circular problem. So if 1 is equal to that, 1 minus MPC is equal to MPW plus MPM plus MP. That's why whether I use withdrawals as the formula, 1 minus MPC or this is the same. That's basically the reason why K is equal to 1 over 1 minus MPC. Because, you see, multiply is what GDP is increasing more. For that, you consume more, not save, not pay taxes, not pay input, because those are withdrawals. So as long as my MPC is higher, that means you're more confident. The consumers are confident. They are happy about the economy. All these things will impact the MPC, right? The additional amount that they like to spend. So on the economy, they say that it's 0.5, which is good. That means for every $1 increase, they will consume 50% of that, which is 50 cents. So that's why if you look at this formula, right, higher the MPC, higher the K money. Why is that? Because let's say, based on this formula, right? Let's say government spent $10 million. When the government spends $10 million, if this is true, then let's calculate K, 1 over 1 minus 0.5, which is the same as where they used the other formula. So is equal to basically 2. So that means government spending 10 million, but overall increase in GDP will be 2 times, which is equal to 20. Why? How do you see it in real life? Because government spending on, let's say, building a MRT, it spends on cement on the workers, and also it gets spent. So AD will increase. But they get income, they will spend more, and they will get, because the same dollar is what is being used by everyone. So they will start spending that money and it will create more jobs, more MRT station working people, more 7-Eleven shops inside the MRT station. They will earn more income. So there is an overall increase, and that's based on the MPC. So if I were to look at a diagram, general levels, and this is the Keynesian multiplier. So you use the Keynesian aggregate supply. Right? Ideally, it should have increased from here, but because of the multiplier, it increased. So that's how basically you show the effects of a Keynesian multiplier. Right? It increases that. Because this should have, what should have happened, but there was an additional increase. And overall, it has increased by 20. Now remember, if they give 2 years, let's say government spending was 10 million in 2005 and 20 million in 2006. How do you calculate the effect on AD? You look at the difference between the two. 20 minus 10, 10. 10 times the money. All right. So that's how much it will increase. Don't take the observed values, compare the differences. How much has it increased by over the years? That's how we do it. And this is basically what is meant by the Keynesian. All right. Soon we'll be done. Soon. Right. Next thing is let's look at CPI calculations. CPI calculations. So number one, you look at a table similar to that of the GDP that I put in, but there in real GDP, I kept the prices constant. Here, I will keep the quantities constant and change the prices. And this is what's going to be in the basket of goods. So let's say basically price, quantity, price, quantity, X, Y, Z are the three most goods that are used by these households. So what will you do? 10, 12, 14, 100, 200. And basically this is 1000, this is basically 2400, this is basically 1000. So the value of the basket is 4800 in this particular. So that's basically in 2003, which is the base. And this is basically 2004. So you keep the quantities constant because here I want to measure the change in the value. Right? So this has changed to 12, 14, and 16. So this is 1200, this is basically 2800, and this is 1600. So the total value that you get is 5600. Right? Step number one, build the basket. Sometimes instead of quantity, they give a percentage that is being used in the households, income. So just multiply the percentage of the price to get that value. The value will be smaller. If it's 10%, then it's $1. If it's 20% here, then basically $2.4. Right? So that's basically how you get it. Sometimes instead of quantity, they can give percentages. Right? They're the proportion of income spent. So always remember that doesn't mean they always give the absolute amount. When you give a percentage of the household income that's spent on that, just multiply. That's about it. All right. Get the value. Then once you do step number one, build the basket. Step number two, you build a CPI. So CPI index is value of the basket in current year over value of the basket in base year times 100. So in 2003, CPI, value of the basket in 2003 is 400. Base year basket for the times 100, 100. So CPI in base year is always 100. CPI in base year will always be 100. 2004 is basically 5600 divided by 4800 times 100. That's basically 116.67. Right, that's my CPI. So I get the CPI based on this formula. Third step is I calculate inflation. Inflation rate is nothing but CPI last year minus CPI this year over CPI last year times 100. Always use this formula, just don't base on differences. It will differ based on the CPI that you get for different years, right? So basically from in 2004, it's basically CPI of it should be CPI this year, new, right? CPI last, which is over. Okay, 2004. So 2004 one is CPI this year, 116.67. CPI last year, 100. CPI last year, 100 times 100, which is basically equal to 16.67. I got this basically 16.67, which is the difference between both because I based it on the base year. But in 2005 to 123, you will not get just the difference. So 123 minus 116 over 116, that's 100 for 2004 to 2005. So always based on this formula. That's about it for CPI. PPI no, just the definition, yeah?
Mr. Paul,
Yes, boss.
if like if it was a table, right, and then they give like many years, and then they say that this year is like 2002 is the base year, but then they ask
Yeah.
you for the inflation rate of 2004. So
Yeah,
you don't use the base year, right? You just use 2004 and 2003.
exactly. Unless they specify what is the inflation rate between the current year and the base year. Then you base it on the base year,
Oh,
or the base year. So they will
okay.
specify. There was a question in paper 3, right? If they just ask 2004, then it's 2004 and 2003. But if they ask difference in inflation rate between 2005 and the base year, then you base it on, all right? Yeah, for CPI. Sorry, what did you say?
They have to give the CPI.
CPI base is always 100. No?
Yeah, so they have to state the CPI.
Yeah, for all the years they have to say the CPI. One exception is they might not give the CPI and the base year. Then you might get confused. That was one question. What is the inflation rate between this and base year? Base year you didn't even know, but base year is $100. All right. So it will be the difference, right? So let's look at the Phillips curves, right? Phillips curves. So Phillips curve, number one is basically there is a short-run Phillips curve, right? Which shows the inverse relationship between inflation rate and unemployment rate. Okay. Long run Phillips curve shows unemployment rate is at natural rate of unemployment regardless of inflation rate. That means the inflation rate is not influencing. That's what is known as the long run. So let's look at how do these short-term Phillips curve things work, right? So let's just focus, right, the negative relationship that exists. Here, I will have it as unemployment. And here, it is the inflation, right? Here, I will draw the long-run Phillips curve, which is vertical because it's independent from the inflation. This is the natural rate of unemployment. And short-run Phillips curve is downward sloping. Now, let me basically show an example of why can there be movements along the short-term Phillips curve and shifts of the short-term Phillips curve. So SRAS, right, aggregate demand. This is the LRAS, general price levels, real GDP. You see, if AD was to increase, then what happens? Output has increased. So unemployment has fallen. At the same time, price levels have increased from peer to peer. So that's why inflation rate has also gone up. right? To I. Right? So shifts of the AD will always cause movements along the SRPs because there is an inverse relationship if AD changes. If AD has gone down to AD2, then output has fallen, unemployment has increased, prices have fallen, inflation has fallen. So unemployment has increased, inflation has gone. So you move it here. I. So the key takeaway from this is that shifts of AD will cause movements along SRPs. Right? But let's say real GDP, general price index, real GDP, and general price index. Here, what's going to happen is that I'll draw the long run Phillips curve, natural rate of unemployment, short term Phillips curve, I, RAS, and RAS. So let's say now, what has happened? SRAS has decreased. So from YF it has gone to Y1, prices have gone up to PL1. But I can't show it along the what you call it SRPC. So why? Because inflation has gone up and unemployment has gone up. So I have no other choice but to shift. Right, shifting. So that basically I can show that both have increased. So I can basically shift it over. Right? Because then only I can show that there is a positive relationship. So there is not always an inverse relationship. Right? Here it is an inverse relationship if AD changes. But if SRAS changes, it is a positive relationship. Likewise, if SRAS increases to SRAS1, right, then price levels go down, inflation goes down, and also unemployment goes down because output is increased. So I cannot show that again, basically on movements along the Phillips curve. So I have to shift the SRPC to SRPC. Right. So here what has happened is, the key takeaway is shifts of SRAS will cause shifts of SRPC and the inverse relationship. Doesn't exist. But it's in opposite directions, right? Because in the ADS model, real GDP is the opposite of unemployment, right? So that's why it's in shifting in opposite directions. So you can even use this to explain another important concept about the inflation gap cancelling off in the long run. Why in the long run, if AD had increased, SRAS will shift to SRAS1. So this was only the short run. You reached long run. So long run, how do you show that? Basically, you shift the SRPC over here. So then basically you go back there. SRPC. So A to B to C, right? Which is PLB. Here also A to B to C, because SRAS I shifted. Yes, that's exactly the long run, concept of it. If AD had fallen, still deflationary gap, prices go low, SRAs will increase, shift back. So A to C to D. And how do I show that? Is here. SRPC to A to C. Right. And one more thing is unemployment rate, inflation rate. So here, if I draw the LRPC, the inverse relationship is no longer true. Here it is true. Here it is not true. Here it is not. Why? Because regardless of the inflation, even if the inflation rate is higher, you have the natural rate of unemployment. And how can LRPC shift out? This is because LRAs increases. So full employment level decreases. So you're going to NRE1. Right? Natural rate of unemployment. Sorry. This is because LRAs decreases. Right? So your natural rate of unemployment will increase. And if you shift this way, that means the natural rate of unemployment is reduced. That means it's because of LRAs increase. Opposite direction. Here LRA is decreasing, here LRA is increases. That means full employment has increased. So natural rate should go down. So natural rate has gone down. Right, so that's why basically I do it this way. So LRAs causes LRPC. SRA shifting causes shifts of the SRPC. Right? And AD shifting causes movements around the SRPC. That's the key takeaway for this Phillips curve. And inverse relationship does not always exist. It depends on what I'm doing. And that's to do with Phillips curves, which means that we're left with only taxers, isn't it?
Principal,
Yes.
I'm confused.
Why?
Wait, don't erase the
Well, David.
Can you like super fast explain the shift the shift like that this diagram again? Like from the
Oh yeah,
beginning.
so what happens in a new classical model, AD can increase, isn't it? So AD increases, output increases, unemployment goes down, right? And price levels go up. So if I were to show it on the Phillips curve, it will be a movement along the old Phillips curve from here to here. But what happens there is basically in the long run, right? I said when there is an inflationary gap, what happens over there is the SRAs will reduce because cost of production goes up. So SRAs will eventually go there, right? And if SRAs goes back, then that means what has happened? Unemployment has reached full employment, which is the natural rate of unemployment. But price levels have also gone up. So what am I trying to show over here is that when this shifts leftwards, unemployment has basically, what do you call that? When I go from here to here, right, SRAs has decreased, unemployment has increased, and price levels have gone up. But I can't show it along the SRPC. So that's why I shift the SRPC to show that inflation and unemployment both have increased. So this point from A to B to C, I show it A to B to C on here. Likewise, if AD has fallen and a deflation gap is created, right, I show it from A to C because output has fallen. So unemployment has increased. And price levels also, basically, if unemployment has increased and price levels have gone on, inflation has basically decreased. So that is the inverse relationship. So I can show unemployment increasing and inflation decreasing. So it's a movement along the SRP because the AD shifted. But in the long run, lower cost of production because more resources. So SRAs will increase. SRAs increases, you reach full employment level output, and price levels also go down. But I can't show it along the movement of the SRP. So I have to shift the SRP down because if SRAs increases, price levels go down and unemployment also goes down. But I can't really show that on a movement. So I have to shift it. unemployment and inflation both go down. So that's why I keep 30 cents. So eventually what happens over here is you will reach, right, this natural rate of unemployment, which also is in the full employment sector that takes place over there. Right?
Okay,
So
I
eventually,
understand.
right? So that's the concept behind this. It's just that SRA shifting will cause shifts of SRAs, right? And AD shifting causes movements along the. All right, which means that basically we are left with the last one should be that, and income inequality just show you the diagrams of taxes, right? So let's look at direct taxes, right? So progressive. Income inequality, we'll just have to look at the diagrams. Right? So I'll go to this. That's just how to draw the Lawrence curve if they give you a table. Right? Progressive taxes. Regressive taxes. And this is proportionate. Progressive taxes is as income increases, proportion of tax paid also increases and vice versa. Regressive tax is as income increases, proportion of tax paid reduces. Right? That's basically regressive taxes. Proportional taxes, tax paid increases proportionately. Right? So let's just look at a basic income tax table and see how these calculations are basically done and so on. Income bracket, tax rate, 0 to 10,000. Let's say the first 10,000. Then 10,001 to 20,000. Then 20,001 to 40,000. Then 40,001 and above. The same. 0%, 10%, 20%, and 30%. So if this is the tax table over here, right? And they tell you a person earns $30,000. Right? Another person is earning 50,000. So ideally, the difference is 9,999, but you can take this 10,000, no problem at all. So if a person is earning 10,000, 30,000, he's not going to basically, he's here, so you pay 20%, no like that. He's going to progressive way. So out of these 30,000, see, this gap is 10,000. So for that first 10,000 of the 30,000, he pays 0%. Then in this, there's another 10,000, actually 9,999, you can take this 10,000 for your IB exam. So for that remaining 10,000, he pays another 10%. Plus, so 10 and 10, 20. So he's left with another 10,000. That 10,000 falls in this category. Right? So that remaining 10,000, he has to pay 20%. So his total tax paid is actually 1,000 plus 2,000, which is equal to $3,000. If a person is earning 50,000, then is going to be a bit different. Because for the first 10,000, he will pay 0%. Then next 10,000, he will pay 10%. Then in this there's 20,000. So the next 20,000, he will pay 20%. And the next 30%, I mean the next 10,000, because 10 and 20, 40, another 10. So basically a plus another 10,000. He will pay 30%. So in total, he's going to pay 0 plus 1,000 plus 4,000 plus 3,000 as the tax. Total amount is paid is 8,000. Right? The total amount of tax that he's paying is going to be 8,000. So if they ask you, this is Mr. A, and this is basically Mr. B. So Mr. A, average tax. Average tax of Mr. A is tax paid over income times, which is equal to how much? 3,000 divided by 30,000 times 100, which is equal to 10%. This guy, 8,000 divided by 50,000 times 100. %. The next question that they ask you is, why is B's average tax greater than A's? Because at maximum, A falls only into this marginal tax rate of 20%. But B, he will go and fall into 30%. Marginal is what drives up or drives down everything. Right? So because he falls in. Because B falls into a higher marginal tax rate as compared to A. Within brackets, 30% versus, right? So definitely marginal is the additional. If the margin is high, then the average also will be high. So marginal is what drives up or drives down the average, right? So because he falls into a greater, right, marginal tax rate, he is basically going to pay a higher tax. And that's it for taxes, which means just a bit of income inequality, how to draw the diagram, just a tip so that you all don't make a mistake, and then we all are done. Oh. All right. How's it tiring? There's one more thing. Huh? Usually, when you're drawing the Lorentz curve, right? So they basically split it into a quintile and give you, right? So let's say that this is cumulative percentage of, no, basically percentage of income. And this is the lowest 20% of the people, right? Also. Then the next 20%. Then the next 20%. Then the next 20%. And the remaining 20%. So definitely I know, let's say the lowest 20% is earning 10% of income. Next is 20. Next is basically next 20% is another 20. Right? Then the next is 10. And how much is this? Of course, so you're going, right? So that percentage, right, should be 10 plus 20, 30, 30 plus 20, 50, 50 plus 10, 60. Right? So then this group should be earning 40%. But when you're drawing the Lorentz curve, and this is cumulative percentage of income. Please don't draw it reverse in a reverse manner. Right? Draw it the proper way. All right. 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%. This is the households. 40%, 60%, 80%. Again, 20, 40, 20, 40, 60, 80. Right? How do you draw it? Lowest 20% is earning 10% of the income. So it's somewhere here. The next 20% is earning 20%. So in total, the 40% is earning 20 plus 10, cumulative 30%. That basically is somewhere there. Right? Then the next 20 is earning 20. So in total, cumulatively, 50%. Somewhere. Next, the 80%. So that's 10 plus 20, 30. 30 plus 20, 50, 60. That's basically 80% is earning 60%. And of course, the remaining should be earning 100%. So that's basically how you draw the Lorentz. Right? If they give you individual, you have to cumulatively draw it. If they give cumulative, no problem at all. You can just draw the amount. Because this is cumulative percentage. So always remember when you're drawing it, to additive, the curve will look weird. Curve cannot look weird. If it looks weird, you got it wrong. They are not going to test you usually in a wrong way. Right? So that's why basically always remember it has to be a curve like this. If it goes something like that, you are wrong. Alright? So always remember you have to get it the cumulative way. This is cumulative. So just keep on adding it and multiplying. Alright? So that's all you need to know for this income inequality as well. And this ends the topic of macroeconomics. And about your liquidity trap, it's basically just if the central bank prints money, but the interest rate is already low and money is already been printed too much, it's not going to have any effect. That's the one that I use, like if the interest rate is close to zero, right? Printing more money and reducing interest rate will have no effect on increasing liquidity. Right?
Mr. Paul,
Yes, boss.
just now, how did you get 80 for the last point that you talked about? Like, what did you add?
Oh, wait. Did I get 80? 60. So that's basically here 10. Here is 30. Here it's basically 50. Here it is basically 60, and this is 100. Over here. Oh, because when I go to the last one, 10 plus 20 plus 20. Anyway, this will add up to 100%, right? Because the overall income is allocated, right? Where did I get 80?
Wait, so like every point is just like one more row that you add to the.
Yeah, that's right. Correct. You just
Okay.
add that to 10 and 20 is basically 30. 30 plus 20. So for 20 and 20 is 40, right? So for 40, you should show 30. For 60, you should show 50. For 80, you should show 60. You get it? It's cumulative, right? Not looking at the individual amounts.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, then. So we are basically done. All right.
And liquidity trap thing, right?
Was that?
The liquidity trap.
Yeah.
It's the government wants to print more money.
Yeah.
So that's
Central bank wants to print more money. Yeah.
first monetary expansion.
Expansion monetary policy, but it is in the case of basically the what do you call that? They have no choice because they want to increase AD and they try to print more money. But it's not going to work.
Because interest rates are too low.
Interest rates are too low. So you see, even if it's 0.0025, you are anyway not going to save, and you are anyway borrowing and spending. If they reduce it to 0.0015, is there going to be any effect? No, because anyway you're doing the maximum you can. Yeah, 2%, 3%, then it's a different story. But you know, here it's the same. Yes.
Why is the trap? Why do they call it a trap?
Because you can't get out of it once you do that. You can no longer use a policy to the expansion monetary policy to increase, aggregate demand. So you're pretty much, it'll take a very long time for you to influence it, right? And you can't increase interest rates also, right? So you're trapped in there for a long period of time. You can't do anything about it.
Because you're already producing.
Yes. So you have no longer expansion monetary policy to be used as a policy to increase it. So long period. Right? So that's why they call it that. But you just use the evaluation. They usually don't, they've never asked about it. Right? Yes, any other questions? Yes.
Thanks, Mr.
Virtual-
Paul. I have to go.
All right, okay, bye-bye.
Thank you.
then.
I'll stop the recording.
Yes. And you send me that video when you can. Huh?
Okay, bye.
I mean, if you guys have any questions, you can just WhatsApp.